Recording in progress.
Are we live now? Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's Wednesday, February 19th, 2025, 5 p.m. This is a study session meeting for the City Council from 5 to 6. I'm calling this meeting to order, and I'll ask my colleague, Councilmember Garfield, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the republic which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we're all present now. Councilmember Padilla is here. We're all present, all 7 of us. And I'm going to go to general public comment. This is items that are not on this agenda, and the only item on this particular agenda is the organizational diagnostic report presentation. So if there's any general public comment at this time, it would be your time to make that. We will also have general public comment at the regular meeting at 6 p.m. Would anyone like to speak before this item? Mr. Gibbs.
You're doing it this session. Okay. So you all already know this, but insurance costs are gone up. Home insurance. I have State Farm, it went up 25%. I'm preaching to the choir, right? My car insurance is with State Farm. They went up 100%. They're spreading the risk, right? And the amount that they have to pay across all of the policies. I mentioned this last meeting because of the wildfires. In October, I believe the state legislature authorized the insurance commissioner to levy a surcharge of $1 billion on all of the insurance companies. They also authorized the state to pass 50% of that on to policyholders. That would be you and me. Whether you're State Farm, whether you're in the FAIR program, whether you're not. They authorized a second $1 billion to be held in reserve, which they may claim this year sometime. That will be another surcharge, half of which could be passed on to the policy owners. Right? And I know that there's an item on the agenda this evening about the park. Insurance companies, as you know now, are flying drones. I used to be an insurance inspector when I was in college. They would send me out, it was all state, and I would do fire protection. How far is the home from the fire hydrant? How far is it from the firehouse? Does it have asbestos roofing? What does it have? And I would send this over to the adjuster, right? They don't do that anymore. Right? They send drones out, they look at pictures from Google, and they don't bother to come out. They just make the assessment. And once you have been reclassified, it's almost impossible to get that classification changed. So more of these changes coming, and more people are going to be forced into the FAIR program, which is now basically insolvent. So expect more of these things. So any kind of risk within the city, any city, that's so apparent as the one we have here is going to lead to increases, particularly for the people around the park. And we will all lose our insurance. We'll all end up with a FAIR program, which, as you probably know, only covers fire insurance. It doesn't cover your home liability or anything else like that. You got to go and get a separate policy. I talked to an owner here in Pacific Grove who lost his policy. The FAIR program is costing $6,000 a year just for FAIR. And on top of that, Mayor, he has to put in personal liability on top of that. So most of us on fixed incomes can't afford that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone online?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Jane Haynes?
Mayor, could I mention that?
Yes.
The general public comment in a study session, as it's indicated in the agenda, is to pertain to the agenda item on this study session.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. So I just wanted to mention that if there's any other speakers, that they should be addressing the item that's on the agenda.
Okay. Mr. Gibbs, would you like to address the item on the agenda? Study session. It's a specific study session for this one item, so that's why.
It does say that.
We'll get real general public comment at the actual meeting. So those of you online, if you're wanting to make general comment, you'll have to do so at 6. We'll not allow it right now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Carmelita Garcia, resident of Pacific Grove. So regarding the study, it's very clear that various departments, as it's noted, lack staff and support and what have you. And then there was a very broad statement pertaining to public works in that the director has too many responsibilities, which I don't think anyone will argue with, and interacts, in my opinion, with too many departments throughout the city. So what I think can be done sooner than later is getting a manager for the recreation department or director, whatever you want to call it, and do an internal promotion. And then also the ADA coordinator / 504, which is the public works director. I feel firmly it should be part of the HR responsibility, because the staff person that's in HR, one would presume is very familiar with labor law and the laws that go along with being an HR person, which also includes ADA. So to me, it only makes sense that that role would be incorporated with HR. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Don Murphy. I'd like to take issue with the procedure. The agenda says general public comment as it pertains to the agenda item on this study session will be received after the presentation of the agenda item. That's what it says here.
That's fine. We'll go ahead and take it then. Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. We'll take the agenda item now, and then I'll take public comment at the during the item as it says in the agenda. That we should have said that up front. We missed that. Apologize. So the item, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and the community. So this is what we're calling a study session tonight, which is a little slightly different. So sorry if we're throwing people for loops and some of the processes and procedure. We don't do them often here. But at the end of tonight, the idea is to provide kind of an educational, informational session for the council, a little more informal, and no decisions are being asked to be made at the end of it. So I'll tell you really quickly, just introduce the where this item came from is, Pacific Grove is a newer city manager to the city and getting up to speed on everything. It occurs to me to be a little city trying to do big city things. We have a lot of different efforts in a lot of different directions, and trying to get my head around all of it. Some of the questions that came up to me is, do we have the right resources today to be able to meet the demands that are being asked? And if we don't, can we shift and adjust resources we currently have? Do we need to plan over the next few years to fill in things where we can? And what things do we maybe want to consider doing more efficiently or better? So I think that was a lot of the reason for seeking this out in the first place. So I think also a benefit that's kind of just lined up and coincided is the fact that we're starting goal setting. I think it's just another piece of information for the city council and the community to consider. So with that in mind, the first thing we did was start looking for some reputable firms out there to help us, and we found that MRG was one of the best ones at helping cities to assess their organization and give that outside perspective. There are things internally that we can see, obviously, by working here every day, but sometimes it's good to get that outside unbiased perspective as well. So Rick Otto, I'm going to invite him to come up, and he's going to give a presentation for you tonight on some of the findings and some of the recommendations. But Rick is a recovering city manager and community development director and been in the business a long time. So he's seen different cities.
Thank you, Matt. Mayor and Council, thank you for having me here. As Matt had said, I am a recovering former city manager. I was the city manager for the city of Orange in Southern California for 7 years, the assistant city manager for 6, and prior to that I was community development director. I've had 34 years of fun in this business and really enjoy it, and still enjoy doing consulting work now and helping cities such as Pacific Grove be a better place tomorrow than it is today. So Matt teed it up very nicely as to the nexus for the study. What I would like to do is give an overview of the findings and recommendations that we put forth, and then I'll be available for any questions at the conclusion of my presentation. So the clerk helping me here. So first slide, please. Actually. Okay, so the purpose of the study is to conduct a high-level 360-degree assessment of the organization and the individual departments. Our goal is to identify gaps in services and operational challenges, and then finally make recommendations to address those challenges and identify where there's need for deeper review. Next slide, please. The methodology on this study is we conduct interviews with staff. And before I move on that, what I'd like to say is when I'm going through this process, staff is very open to discussions. They want to be heard. They love the city and they want to be a part of any solutions to make the city operations even better. We also conduct a comprehensive data analysis, and we conduct a very deep analysis of the organizational structure and its future risks, opportunities, and challenges. So before we move on, let's talk about the city organization as it is today. So next slide, please. There we go. So here's your organizational chart that's currently in the budget. The city has 5 departments plus the city manager's office, city clerk's office, city attorney's office, HR. And you have 107 employees or full-time employees, 33 in PD and 30 in public works, and the rest across the rest of the department or rest of the cities. That is, I would say the structure is very typical for a city your size. Next slide, please. Now let's discuss the findings and specific those positive findings, and you have quite a few. You have staff that very much enjoys their job and they enjoy working for the city of Pacific Grove. That's a huge positive. You have a staff that's very focused on customer service. You have a staff that's very professional and understands the mission of the organization. You have a staff that's very flexible and capable of wearing many hats to accomplish tasks. In a city the size of Pacific Grove, you need that ability to wear several hats, and your staff does do that. You have an executive management team that's very strong, and the city is professionally managed. And finally, you have a city that has an impressive array of city services. For a city your size and the amount of areas that your city is involved in is, I would say, quite impressive for the size of the city. That's a double-edged sword, though, as you will find in our next slide here. This next slide, please. Because of that, nearly every department in the city is understaffed given the current and future workload. You're doing a lot and you're doing it with as little people as possible. So what that means is you're getting the day-to-day tasks done, but you're not getting that extra stuff done. You're not getting this projects done. You're not getting this a deeper review of processes and concepts to get things moved ahead and further along. The next few items are kind of all related. The city infrastructure is aging and there's no established long-term capital plan to address repair, rehab, and replace. The city is behind its peers on technology. There's no established measurement for accomplishments or a comprehensive strategic plan. There's limited succession planning. Given the small size staff you have and the departments all kind of somewhat smaller, the succession planning opportunities are limited in this organization. And then finally, you have boards and commissions, quite a few boards and commissions for a city of this size, and sometimes they engage in policy setting without council direction. All right, so now I'm going to look at the findings from the individual departments. I'm not going to go through every one. I'm just going to highlight those that I think are worth highlighting. First, we're going to look at city administration. And so that's, city attorney, city manager, HR, city clerk. The city manager in the office has limited leadership and analytical support. Essentially, the city manager's office is a one-person show. So that makes it difficult to move projects along. There is limited focus on economic development. There's limited employee engagement and enrichment activities. And the human resources function is short-staffed. Those are the ones I want to highlight in this function. So next slide, please. For administrative services, I want to highlight two findings. First one is there is inadequate cross-training for critical operation functions such as payroll. And the finance management system, that's the computer platform or the technology platform that manages your finances, is very outdated and does not meet the needs of the department or the city staff as a whole. Next slide, please. In your police department, the police department appears to be understaffed, particularly in patrol level. The police department struggles with prioritization of certain law enforcement services to provide to the community. There's another way to say that there's lots of demands on the police services and the department's trying to juggle where to meet those demands. And then finally, the last one I'm going to highlight is there's a significant gap. You have a police chief, you have commanders, and then you have sergeants. And there's a big gap between that commander level and your sergeant level. And there's a number of issues that come with that, but primarily one of the biggest issues, there's no succession planning that allows the sergeants to grow into that position and advance into a commander position. So they're generally going someplace else to make that next step. Next department is community development. I'm going to highlight 4 among this list. First one I want to highlight is the entitlement process has significant steps for applicants that create significant workload for city staff. So another way to say that is the entitlement process has several stops that most communities probably do not have. You have more review boards, you have more review processes in place, and I'm not saying that's bad. It's the community is called for that, but a typical permit process takes longer to process here than it does in other communities because of that. The community development department has limited staff resources to improve processes and to look at long-range planning activities. The community development department has no mid-level management position. It goes director and then senior planner. That's a big gap between those two positions. So again, back to limited succession planning. And then finally, the entitlement process has no internal review committee or review process in place right now. So a planner is kind of chasing different departments, both in the city and outside organizations, to get comments back on application processes. Next slide, please. Looking at the library. And I will say the first bullet I'm going to highlight is probably relevant to libraries across the state of California and across this country. Library staff is constantly challenged in looking at developing programs and services that ensure the library continues to offer those programs that are relevant to the community, particularly given the changing library community that is in place. The people who are using the library today is very different than, say, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and how they're using the library services. The next bullet I'm going to highlight is, it's kind of a repeating theme here, right? There is no mid-level manager position in the library. You have director, and then you have 4 librarians, and there's no gap. There's very large gap between those positions. Next slide, please. Public Works. So the Public Works Director has a very large department, and their span of control, so the number of reports to that individual is very large given the size of the department. The other one I'm going to highlight is the Recreation Division has limited staffing, and there's not, given where the Recreation Division was, say, 4 years ago, which was almost next to nothing, to what it's being offered today, there doesn't appear to be a clear plan of what the future of recreation is going to be. So that's just a finding that we had. Next slide. All right, so there was, in the report, there were 44 findings identified. Based off those findings, we have developed 21 recommendations. Of those recommendations, 3 are related to calling for a deeper review of that particular department. 4 are related to staffing levels, and the other 14 are specific to operational organizational structure recommendations. I will note we are looking for additional deeper review, and in the process of doing one with Public Works, Community Development, and Police. Because of that, we don't have too many recommendations for those departments because we are calling for a deeper review of those. So next slide. Now, looking at the recommendations, again, I'm going to highlight a few in each department. So first, just a general city observations. We're recommending that the city conduct a comprehensive strategic plan that will help guide the city council and the staff on future direction of policies and procedures. The next 3 recommendations are all related. Develop a multi-year capital improvement plan, a multi-year vehicle and equipment replacement plan, and a multi-year information technology master plan. All things you don't have today, all things you really need tomorrow. And finally, requires have the city council require the boards and commissions submit a quarterly or yearly report to the council. This will allow the council to have a discussion as to the activities of those particular boards. As I said, you have quite a few boards and committees. This would be a way to have an organized structure to review what they're working on. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about city administration. And the only one I'm going to highlight here is the city manager's office. We're recommending that the city manager's office add 1 new senior management analyst or assistant to the city manager position to assist with the city manager activities. Next slide, please. Administrative services. We are recommending that the department replace its financial management technology platform through a collaborative citywide process that all city departments have involvement in, because a very comprehensive structure that will have access with all the departments' use of. You get department feedback from all departments. The other one I want to highlight is establishing a formal cross-training program for all the staff within the finance operations. Next slide, please. With the library, we are recommending the city establish a library manager position for that department to allow for succession planning. Next slide, community development. So in community development, we are recommending to conduct a deeper dive organizational assessment, which we have just begun that process. The only one, so we'll come back at a later date for more recommendations on that to the city manager. However, one I do want to highlight is we're recommending the department establish a improved permit coordination process for the other departments. Next slide, please. Public Works. Again, we're in the middle of a organizational assessment with the Public Works Department. So again, we'll be coming back to the city manager for additional recommendations. But the one recommendation I do want to point out is separate from the process we're in right now, looking at a deeper dive of Public Works. We're recommending the city council to conduct an assessment to determine if the Recreation Division should become a standalone department. Next slide, please. So we had a number of findings with the police department. However, we really didn't feel comfortable doing any other recommendation other than recommending an organizational staffing level assessment, primarily because there's a lot of factors that go into determining the appropriate staffing and structure for a police department. Calls for service, crime stats, current deployment schedules, all things that take a deeper dive, and we're recommending that the city conduct that, particularly with a new chief coming on board soon. The timing would be very appropriate. So that concludes a summary of the recommendations in the report. Two things I want to note. The overall report serves as a roadmap. This allows it serves as a data point for the council and the city manager to in making future decisions related to operational structure, staffing, and budget allocation. It's important to note that when we do our study, we're doing it in a vacuum. We're a third party coming into the organization with no biases, and our determinations or our recommendations are not looking at any financial constraints, operational constraints, or political constraints. That's up, that information is for the council and the city manager to evaluate in addition to what our recommendations are. So, someone may say, well, gee, we don't have the money for that. Well, we weren't looking at financial impact of that. Our job was to look at the best structure for the organization. So that concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions the council may have.
Thank you very much. That was very good. I got to move it along because we only have an hour here. So, Mr. Murphy, you were correct. You can be first to make public comment here. We're taking public comment on this study session.
Thank you. I've been here since 2008, and since then the staff has grown by just a handful of positions at most. At the same time, the population hasn't grown either. And it's really hard for a resident to get a grasp of staffing and what's the right staff for a city our size. And I agree with the city manager and our consultant that we're a little city with sort of big city aspirations, and we do a lot here that other cities don't do, and I understand that. But to me, it would be helpful for residents and maybe to you to examine staffing at coastal California cities, from San Mateo to Santa Barbara counties, for example, cities of roughly our size, and to see where the staffing, again, it's not apples to apples, but to see the range of staffing, to see how we stack up. And I think that would be helpful. I've had the opportunity to talk to 6 CDD directors over the last 12 years. Each of them at a specific time has told me, we don't have enough staff to do the job right. And that's disconcerting. I don't have any way to judge that, but they've all said that. So as just to get a range of staff for similar cities, I think would be helpful. Thank you.
Our council, this is the first time I've had a chance to comment twice, public comment. So I spent about 30 years as a process consultant in big businesses, working with big companies. And my job was to come into companies that were maybe somewhat efficient, but find ways to cut costs and be much more competitive. And the city is really, to me, no different. You have to be competitive because you're competing for staff, you're competing for consultants, you're competing for services with the state. So they're going to look at people who are more competitive and they get in line first. And typically when we consulted with big businesses, I worked for General Electric aircraft engines for a long time. And we would go in different divisions. We'd start with process before we cut staff. We start with processes. And we found a lot of the lower level employees, people doing the work, were very frustrated because they had to do extra steps. They couldn't purchase things. They couldn't replace parts. And it was frustrating. I'm not saying it's the case here. I think the city's pretty efficiently run, but I would recommend before we do a whole lot of adding costs or cutting staff, let's look at the work that's being done and can we make it more efficient? I hate to use the word doge, but something to make the work life of the people doing the work here a little bit easier and faster. I have a couple recommendations on top of the processes because I think cost is a big deal. I'd recommend an immediate audit of all city contracts, starting with the one we have with Rincon, which subsumes the housing element. I would break out the person who's doing the housing element and negotiate separately with her. I think it could save thousands of dollars. Second, do work process study to uncover redundancies and overlaps in jobs and departments. Do an analysis of all invoices for consistency with contract terms and conditions. Are we getting what we paid for? Do a detailed analysis of the check register and identify all expenses. One of the things we found in big businesses, we had check registers and checks were supposed to be written for various things. They were supposed to be coded, right? Was this paying for parts? Is it paying for services? Half of the payments weren't coded. We didn't know what we were paying for when we tracked it back. There was no way to track what we were paying for. I do on-site spot checks of contractor work to make sure we're getting what we pay for, cemetery, tree work, et cetera. I make sure that expenses that are being charged out of the proper account, we pay for cleaning of uniforms out of the sewer account, right? I don't know if that's proper or not, but I'd like to answer that question, right? Analyze all of our investments. We have money invested. Are we getting the proper return on those investments? Are we making the most for our money? Analyze payments for services to make sure that we're getting an ROI on that. See Monterey comes to mind. And we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars. Are we getting our money's worth? And last, hire a grant writer to increase money into the city. And a PG community development fund would be a good idea. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Reset that timer.
Hello. So I stand by my first two comments I made earlier. Thank you. However, I do take issue with the study with the comment about the boards, commissions, and committees setting policy without council direction. I don't even know how that made it into the report, quite frankly. What I would suggest is that taking from the report that the technology be updated and then see how it impacts staffing, and then look at the staffing recommendations, because I think having current technology would be very, very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cooper.
My name is Andrew Kubica, and I'm speaking as a resident, not a member of the Planning Commission. I've written to you, and I just put like 4 or 5 items in it. I went through the report, and I was going to go through each one of those, and I probably will do that in the future. But after reading the report, I'm glad the report was performed. I'm glad our city manager is doing this. Unfortunately, it seems that the methodology, at least in my opinion, was limited in scope. All it did was talk to staff. It didn't talk to some of the residents who were vitally interested in this. It didn't talk to any of the people, the volunteers. They could have given a perspective and given some vital information. In this city, we have a lot of retired people, a lot of people who are working, and they could give the volunteers. We have over 100 volunteers, and people are willing to give their time and help and support the staff, support the city council. And we have different perspectives, and we can do things in a different way and make suggestions. One of these items is we got a piece of software called ClearGov. This appears to be being used as a presentation software, not as a planning software. That's just a waste of time. Most programs use Microsoft project or some similar type thing where you get a schedule and you get an idea of how things are getting accomplished and not accomplished. The multi-year vehicle replacement, this was page 8, item 2 under general recommendations. One could just do a spreadsheet on this and list all the vehicles, take a look at when the vehicle was born. Do we really need 100 vehicles? I think there's a large number of vehicles in public works. Are we using them all? Do we need to do the maintenance on all this? Because it's cheaper to rent. Do some type of top-down and bottoms-up evaluation. On a spreadsheet on the software, I agree. The software is outdated. It needs to be done. And then for planning, general recommendation number 4, city strategic planning. This planning should be done and it should include the residents. And it shouldn't just be a 3-minute comment where I got to run like crazy trying to get everything done in 3 minutes. Have a Ron Robbins situation. We've done this before with the city council. City council had times where we did the city goals, and we did with a piece of paper. We had people making comments. Council would say things, people would make with different perspectives, would give recommendations to the council. It was very efficient and it helped people. Pacific Grove is small in population, small in physical area, and has limited physical assets. The recommendations and plans forwards that being done by any kind of recommendation or any consultant have to have the consideration of being the staff working faster, better, and cheaper. We have to increase our efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go online now. If there's any hands.
Thank you. Inga Lawrenson Dormer.
Thank you. Mayor and council, first, I really want to thank the city manager and the previous council for actually putting this report in the works. This is something that has been needed, this analysis. And you know what? I love it because what it does is it confirms what many of us have been saying all along. Yes, our city manager, and by the way, thank you to our city attorney and for Don Murphy for straightening it out of what this meeting was all about. As far as IT goes, I couldn't even get on the meeting at the start. So I couldn't hear any other instructions. So yes, our IT department, that needs a complete rework. As far as the city manager goes, he was thrown in here, bless his heart, and tried to float right off. But he needs some analytical help because he doesn't have the institutional history that a lot of us here in Pacific Grove do have. And he needs to be able to dig down, and he is just one person. As far as public works goes, my goodness, it should have been separated into Parks and Recreation Department and Public Works long ago. We are talking about just a huge sprawling department that can't possibly keep up with chasing its tail. This report was just so timely, and I'm so glad that they're doing a deeper dive, especially with all the problems we've had with our police department. Let's face it, we've had a lack of leadership in the police department for a very long time. Pretty much the last 2 chiefs and the last really prolonged tenure of an absent chief. I'm glad that there's going to be a deeper dive into many of these things. And as far as software goes, well, I don't keep up with things, but I know that we have is not working. So I just so much appreciate this report and its beginning of possibly fixing, well, contributing to fixing some problems that have been long in this city. Thank you very much.
Your time's up. Thank you very much. We're gonna keep it moving. We're short on time for this item.
Anthony Chiani.
Like the other speakers, I want to express my strong approval of this organizational diagnostic report. And I commend the city for commissioning it to provide a roadmap for future staffing and operational decisions. Finding number 32 is that the span of control for the Public Works Director is too large. The report notes that the director has 9 staff members that report to him, which is difficult to effectively manage. I hope this results in moving responsibilities like management of natural resources, including the Monarch Sanctuary, to a department better suited for managing wildlife. Recommendation number 15 is to assess whether the Recreation Department should become a separate department. I suggest this might instead be a Parks and Recreation Department, or better yet, a Parks and Natural Resources Department. Recommendation number 3 is for development of an information technology master plan that identifies proposed information technology projects over the next 5 to 7 years. And recommendation number 7 includes coordinating the city's website. I strongly agree, and I hope this results in the website's reorganization. So thank you, City Council, and thank you, City Manager, for your leadership in bringing this important report to us. I strongly hope that its findings and recommendations will be acted on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Chiani.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking our calls. First of all, I think the notion of having a public participation workshop to address these things with the community and that guidance and knowledge would really be helpful. The big ideas in the organizational report, excuse me, the big ideas in the organizational report of the city are spot on, starting with the need for a comprehensive strategic plan and to do a deep dive into each department, an important concept to relieve the burden of the Public Works Department, who manages the streets, excuse me, utilities and structures, and at the same time, if not competing with, the time to serve as the caretaker of the conservation of the natural and recreational resources. Please implement the recommendations of this report. I strongly urge you to establish a Parks and Recreation Department. And I suggest as a guiding mission to restore, protect, and manage the city's natural and cultural resources for current and future generations using creative approaches and solutions based on science and collaboration for all of the community that are involved. And that's a takeoff from the State Park and Recreation Department's mission statement. Finally, certainly the Public Works Director should not be responsible to serve as a city manager. Thank you.
Christy Thomas.
I just wanted to say that I definitely agreed with the gentleman that says that we have too many boards and commissions, and I never thought that until I realized that our management, like Mr. Go and Mr. Mogensen, has to sit through all of these, sometimes 3 and 4 hours. So it's like if they're not going to sunset some other committees or boards, maybe then so it's not such a major time suck for high management like they are. There could just be more of a action item report given to them instead of, like I said, sucking that much time for them for that many meetings. Thank you.
And Lisa Tirani.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager Mogensen, for providing this excellent and much needed report. There are many important recommendations, and I'd just like to emphasize a few. First, considering the inadequate staffing in the Community Development Department and the distressing turnover in directors there, new staff is needed with actual planning experience, and CDD staff needs to be provided with ongoing training, especially considering all the cultural and resource protection issues in our special, that are so important to our very special community. The local coastal program was not mentioned specifically in the report, but presumably lumped into entitlements. The city launched into their certified LCP at the beginning of the pandemic with no special training for working with such a complex document. There's a lot of catching up to do. Next, the comments are right on about the public works overload and the suggestions to, one, not have the public works director serving as deputy city manager, and two, separating the rec department from public works or the rec division. In fact, public works should not be making the decisions about protection of natural resources. They don't have the expertise. And I would urge you to create a separate department of parks and recreation. You've been hearing that, with a strong emphasis on natural resource protection in our parks. Rec board, even right now, has done, an inventory of the parks. They understand that parks are part of recreation, and recreation, whether passive or active, is part of parks. My final comment tonight, would be to urge you to follow the recommendations for improving the city's IT capabilities. And I would also ask that there be public input in redesigning the website. And I don't know what it is that, what department it is that handles the AV, but whoever is responsible for all the feedback that we generally get. I noticed a whole lot on my husband's comments, and I can't believe I've gotten this far in mine without that. But whatever department that is, boy, if you could get somebody on that, I've tried, it's not happening. But in any case, yes, Parks and Rec. Oh, wouldn't that be so good for Pacific Grove and help Public Works get their job done too. Thank you.
There's no further hands raised.
I'm closing public comment on this item, bring it back to the council for discussion, and wherever the discussion takes us, that's where we'll end, and we'll take a short break before 6 p.m. So who would like to speak first? Councilmember Garfield.
Thank you. I wish we had more time to discuss with this, and perhaps as you bring back some of the deeper dives into some of the other departments, we'll learn a bit more. But
Councilmember Garfield and rest of the council, we could reschedule something in the future, if you wanted more time to discuss. Sorry, we don't mean to rush you tonight on this.
And again, right, like as I said, we can just have the discussion wherever it lands. We'll take a 5-10 minute break and come back in.
Okay.
No big deal.
So real quick, I appreciate the comments. I think we all learned a lot from it. I particularly wanted to emphasize the importance of building a bench, and our mid-level managers was the lack of a mid-level manager, increasing responsibilities and growth and development seems to be a common theme across many of our departments. And it's how you retain people. We've seen way massive turnover, and it's a huge loss for a city this size when we don't have people retained. I wonder if at some point in the future, if you could help us understand which of these deficits contributes the most to dissatisfaction among our service people, the population, the citizens of Pacific Grove. We know what frustrates us sometimes, but what are the dissatisfiers for the people we serve? One of the ones you mentioned was how many review steps people have to go through, how many departments, how many iterations they have to go through to get an approval. But if there are other ones, it would help us improve our processes. And I wanted to speak just quickly to Mr. Murphy's comment about the stability or unchanging levels of our staff and our population. But in the last 10 years that I know of, the complexity of what our staff has to do has increased dramatically. It also forces us to need to rely on consultants with specialty expertise that we're not big enough to have in-house. So it's an expensive proposition, but a natural one. And I think it puts a lot of burdens on our staff when that happens. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Rao.
Thank you to the consultant and thank you to Mr. Mogensen. I appreciate the report and a lot of the things we've talked about over the last 6 months as we were out there having these conversations with folks. And I mean, it occurs to me as I look at this, we're talking about probably $10 to $15 million to implement all of these things. So we're going to have to make some really hard choices. And it may be painful, but I do agree with Ms. Garcia that we need to get our IT under control, and then we can figure out where we need to go from there, because that is, I think that's the one thing that's really hampering us at this point. And then the city infrastructure and aging. I know I've talked to Mr. Mogensen and also to the mayor about, how we figure out how to fund, rehabilitate and replace, and in some of our natural resources and city assets, how do we restore? And so I think we're going to be looking to make some really hard decisions. But I think we are going to have to show the public some progress in some of these areas. So pencil sharpeners, beware.
Thank you very much, Councilmember McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. I was actually going to make the same point that starting with the IT, I think makes a lot of sense, because if workload can be drastically reduced by meeting some of our IT needs, that may then further help with the assessment of what we need. But that said, the issue with the mid-level management lacking and no room for succession planning, that does create problems that we'll want to address. But again, there's costs. So maybe having more information on how to most effectively do that. And I like the idea of finding out where we're most lacking in serving the public, because we're here and staff are here to serve the needs of the entire community. So really honing in on where we can get the most bang for the buck in serving the public and our infrastructure, because that's an investment now that saves us money in the long run.
Yes, Councilmember Walkingstick.
Just really quick, a couple of things that I was thinking about how we could support the city and the goals that have been put forth in the report. Great job, by the way. If we had a capital replacement fund that would align with the multi-year plans for the capital improvement, vehicle improvement, and electronic replacement funds, if we were able to fund a training program that would help the job satisfaction, retention, and recruitment. So I was just thinking, as we're going into our goals, how we can help support some of these long-range goals that they've got here.
Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you. And thanks for the presentation. I echo everybody's sentiments here, but I had a question for you. So obviously these are things that take place over time. Is there a way for us to capture what is the low-hanging fruit here and bring that back to maybe the city manager for recommendations? If there's anything like that that we can do, then I think that'll be helpful to achieve something really quickly. Thank you.
Go ahead, Matt, if you can address that question, Mr. Otto.
Councilman, yes. So I can work with the city manager and we can come up with some prioritization on the quote unquote low hanging fruit, where there might be some low cost alternatives to implementing some of the recommendations. So I can work with the city manager with that.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Amelia. I'm a Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Otto, thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions because we're running out of time. But in your experience, as is down in Orange and about the area, did you have as many boards and commissions as the city of Pacific Grove has?
Well, I don't want to answer that to just my experience in my own cities that I was responsible for or worked in. I worked for 4 cities overall in my career. But specific to where I worked, we had a limited number of boards and commissions. But it really is it's a community on demand issue, and it really depends on what the makeup of that community is. The communities I worked at, it wasn't a priority of the council or the community to have a lot of boards. In this community, it is, but you have to just understand there is a care and feeding with every board you have. It's more care and feeding for the staff. So there's not a right answer or wrong answer of how many boards you have. It's just more of an acknowledgement that there is a lot of care and feeding that comes in with having multiple boards.
Yeah, I've been on multiple boards, and there's been the staff really spends a lot of time with some boards, and there's nothing wrong. They do some great jobs in the commissions, but I just wanted to ask you about that. I had a couple of other questions, but I'll hold on that.
Thank you. I'll go last here and just say thank you so much for the presentation. Actually, I thought the comments from the public were really helpful today and in the email, because we do read those too. So just remember that we get those. I think the theme here, if I'm going to go like 30,000 foot view, is that we're a small coastal city doing great things and trying to do more with less. And so our staff, we have to do more with less, and we're learning how to adjust and adapt to that. And also manage all of our commissions and manage everything we have to do to get the job done. And so I think we're doing, I think our staff's doing great work in that area, and we're going to continue to, but the more that we can prioritize some of these fixing these things that can fix and help us and add people, the more we can do that, I think we're going to get better and stronger. So hopefully we will be able to prioritize those things and get some more boots on the ground, so to speak, up there and down here in City Hall, and be able to move forward on some projects that might be delayed a little bit due to our size and our numbers. But thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and close out this discussion tonight for the study session, and it is now almost 6 p.m. So if we can get started around 6:05, we'll get started with the regular meeting at 6:05. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Okay, here we are. We just had a study session, so we're now going to transition to the regular meeting tonight of the Pacific Grove City Council. It's Wednesday, February 19th, 2025 at 6:05 p.m. We're here in council chambers, and I call this meeting to order. All members of the council are present, and I will ask my colleague, Councilmember Garfield, to once again lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Join me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, well, that brings us to item 1, approval of the agenda. I'm going to entertain a motion to approve the agenda, but I also have one modification I'm recommending that item 13A relating to goals be continued to February 26th to be heard at the same time as our other goals item next week on a special session. And so I'm going to ask for a motion to approve with that modification.
Motion to approve with that modification.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Rao, second by Mayor Pro Tem Emilio. I'll take a voice. Any discussion? Take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Our agenda is set. We'll go ahead and move on to item 3, council and staff announcements. We don't have any number 2 presentations. We'll go to council. Anyone on the council wishing to make any announcements? Councilman McDonald.
I just wanted to let the public know that we have our final local here in Pacific Grove event for the Black Heritage Celebration. We have another event at our Lighthouse Cinema, and that will actually be a comedy show. Kind of unusual for the cinema, but yeah, you can join us this Friday, the 21st at 6 p.m.
Thank you very much. Any other council members? Councilmember Garfield.
Yes, March is member month at the PG Natural History Museum. So even if you're not going to be a member, please take a look at some of their offerings. They have some fantastic things. One particular Science Saturday on mushrooms, fungi fun. And I think there's something about taps, which is brewing beer. So take a look at the PG Museum. It's doing some pretty terrific stuff.
Thank you so much. Any additional staff? Do you have any announcements?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, a couple of announcements. One is you already alluded to next Wednesday, the 26th, we're going to have a special meeting, and that meeting is going to start with our goal setting for this year. The purpose of the meeting, just for the community to kind of understand the process we're going through, is going to be, as you mentioned, we'll kick it off with kind of just explaining the process we're going to go through, but then it's going to be a probably 40-minute presentation from staff on all the things that are currently responsibilities of departments, some of the challenges that we're seeing today, just provide the council with some of that baseline information for their considerations. And then our facilitator, Bob Peralt, will probably give the council some information to go home and start doing some homework and thinking themselves about goals that they think are going to be good ones to bring back. So that's next week on the 26th. And then also remind everybody on the 3rd of March will be the last meeting. We'll be discussing maps. It's not the last meeting, but the final meeting of this series of meetings we've been having. So at that meeting, the council will be once again reviewing maps, and then we're going to select one at this meeting. So
thank you very much.
The maps for submittal this time are due on the 26th again. Correct. Yeah. 26th, yes. Have those turned in by 26th to be considered.
February 26th. Okay, thank you very much. Director Livian, do you have anything, or are you just waiting for your item? Okay. Okay. I do have one statement I'm going to make. I'm going to make this statement now. At the city council meeting on January 15th, 2025, I made a statement about observations regarding Colleen Goldsmith, who was a recreation board commissioner who I did not reappoint. I did not intend by my statement to question the qualifications or integrity of Ms. Goldsmith in any way, or her commitment to the city, or her positive impact during her service on the recreation board. So I want to apologize now if it was any misunderstanding as a result of my statements, because that was not what I intended whatsoever. I also want to thank Ms. Goldsmith and all of those who serve and have served on the city's boards, commissions, and committees for their service to the city, which has been very valuable and is greatly appreciated by the city. So thank you very much. And one final announcement I have is there is a wildfire town hall with this cool flyer. I really thought this flyer was cool. It's a Wildfire Ready Monterey. It's a town hall. It's for residents of Monterey, Pacific Grove, and Carmel. It begins at 5 p.m. on Thursday, February 27th. Tonight, we're going to be talking about wildfires here in Pacific Grove with our chief, Miller. But this is going to be more of an extended discussion that relates to not only fires, but PG&E, water, and other concerns such as that deal with natural disasters and fires. So I would recommend, if you're interested in this topic and tonight's discussion does not satiate your interest, then I would recommend you go to this event on February 27th at 5 o'clock. And it is, I think it's down at the conference center. Yes, in the Sarah Ballroom, 1 Portola Plaza. So it's at the Portola, and I have this flyer. If anyone wants it, I can give it to you at the break. And we probably have some laying around elsewhere, and you can also search it online. And that's all I have for announcements. And I want to move to general public comment and open the floor. General public comment must deal with matters subject to the jurisdiction of the city and the council that are not on the regular agenda. So please no fire comment and no GWP at this time. George Washington Park, that is. General public comment, anyone wishing to speak? Take people in the chambers first.
Mr. Mayor, really quickly, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, but I want to make sure that I get the correct information out. So the last day to submit maps will be the 24th, not the 26th.
The last day to submit maps for the public out watching online is February 24th. This is for the districting process that we're currently going through. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I want to talk, Joy Colangelo, 35-year resident. I want to talk about the fascinating world of roof permits. I have put metal roofs on each of my 3 houses and 1 carriage house. A few years ago, I had to appeal 3 times for a metal roof on a historic house. And the only way to get the permit was to have a stone covering sprayed on it. This is the metal roof. This is the stone covering to spray on it to make it look like asphalt. So it would look like it wasn't fireproof. Last year, I wanted a permit for my residence and again had to get the stone spray and could only put the metal roof on if I left a layer of combustible asphalt shingles. That permit went through in a timely manner, so I immediately applied for my 3rd roofing permit for another rental. That 3rd permit is pending after several months waiting for proof of its fire rating, the same fire rating verification I submitted for the 2 other roofs. Since the house was leaking badly through cracked asphalt shingles, at every skylight, I put the metal roof on, leaving 1 layer of asphalt shingles and using the stone-coated metal to repair the roof. While an asphalt shingle roof has a lifespan of 15 to 25 years with a warranty only against defects, my metal roof have a 52-year warranty for any damage and last over 100 years. Metal roofs are recyclable. Asphalt shingles go into the landfill at the rate of 12 million tons a year. Metal roofs are non-combustible, asphalt shingles are combustible. My main residence has sealed eaves, which prevents sparks getting trapped and ignited under the roof edge. I have cisterns of water stored around the perimeter of my house in 55-gallon drums that are filled every year with the first rainfall. They are plumbed together to fill and empty at the same time with a gravity-fed hose spigot at each corner of the house. That is over 1,800 gallons of water every day of the year, surrounding 3 sides of my carriage house and residence. I think we should be mandating metal roofs and instead of making it impossible and maddening when a resident attempts to have a positive environmental impact and place a non-combustible roof on the house. I'm ready to pay for my 3rd permit. That is the exact same roof permitted twice before, once 7 years ago and once a few months ago. Thank you.
Pagnella, Pacific Grove. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to invite
all of you and the rest of our town to a celebration. And it's a special celebration for a very special person. Richard Stillwell, also known as Mr. Pacific Grove, for all his longtime support of our town, is turning 95. So we're having a party at Meals on Wheels on Monday evening, March 17th from 4 to 6. We hope that all of you will join us. If you do come, or if anyone in town wants to come, just please call the chamber for a RSVP so we know how much cake to buy. But we're very excited. Mr. Moamar, we've tried this 5 years ago, but the pandemic got in the way. So hopefully this celebration will be bigger and better than our other one would have been. So I hope to see you all there.
We should all live to be 95. All right, so good evening, Mayor Smith and Council. I'm Jeannie Anton, and I'm just here to give you an update on our Chautauqua Hall restoration project. We've had a very large and generous donation, which will enable us to start some of the work. And so we have a meeting scheduled next week with our Public Works Director to try to get everything kind of firmed up so that maybe we can get some things going. Meanwhile, I do want to invite you to join us for dinner at the Fishwife on March 12th. The owners have generously offered to give 15% of all meals served, that's all day long, and in-house or takeout, and they will donate to the Chautauqua Project Fund. I know you've all been inside the building now, and thank you for all coming. And I hope you will consider including some city funds for this long deferred project. I should also mention that we want your support to hire a firm to do the application for the National Register as well. So thank you. We're going to continue our fundraising, and I'm pretty excited about where we are right now. And I thank you for your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Carmelita Garcia, resident of Pacific Grove. I was down at the recreation trail over the weekend and was concerned and very taken aback with the fact that there's a lot of folks down there smoking cannabis. And it's very disturbing and it's very disruptive. I'm sure tourists and other residents, who might experience it. When you're walking along such a beautiful trail, beside our beautiful water and what have you. I would hope that the department could get foot patrol down there on the weekends. Maybe the Citizens Academy alumni folks might be willing to walk there just to make a presence because something really should be done about it. And secondly, I know folks have difficulty talking about death and what have you, suicide particularly. But, we did have a death in Higgins Park of a woman, gunshot. And I raised this only because it's important that we keep in touch with one another. Periodically I send out text messages, emails, and I make phone calls to my close-knit friends just to stay in touch and to say hello and make sure everything's going okay. So I say that to all of you to encourage you to do the same. So thank you.
Mayor Mike Gibbs, just a real quick comment. State Representative Steve Cortese, C-O-R-T-E-S-E, representative from Santa Clara, is involved with a bill in the state legislature to give discounts. We had this young woman talk about metal roofs, discounts for people that make changes to their homes to, against wildfire, to provide discounts because we're all going to experience pretty big increases in our home insurance rates. So contact Ms. Addis and John Laird at the state level and encourage them to pay attention to the Cortese, C-O-R-T-E-S-A bill to allow discounts for hardening your home. Thank you.
Christy Metzner, President CEO of Pacific Grove Chamber, and I'm here to give a big shout out and thank you to your public works. They are wonderful and this is long overdue. I think I tell everyone individually how good they're doing. And I wish I could name all of them, but the ones that I'm in direct contact with, John Goss, Vince Gentry, Martin Gonzalez, Chad and Kent. Chad is part-time and he does like full-time work. He is wonderful. And if we have an event going on and I run into him and he says, I'm going to focus on that on Wednesday. I'm going to make sure it's all clean for you downtown. And also for Dan Go. I think I saw Dan Go. Thank you for all you do too. You're a great contact to have here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else, no one online, we'll go ahead and close general. Okay, ma'am, would you like to speak?
Thank you. First of all, I want to give credit to
Can you say
PG
your name? Sorry,
for
just for the
trying
record.
to preserve our sanctuary. Thank you. Our sanctuary of the butterflies, because as you all know, butterflies, monarchs are becoming extinct, and everyone in the world, including us here in PG, need to really be aware of that and try to preserve them as much as possible. Next, I'd like to ask a question about item 11A, where it refers to a new classification of the urban forester and principal civil engineer. Is this a new title or is this a job that we already have and it's just discussing their salary?
We don't have a question and answer here, ma'am. You have 3 minutes to speak, but we will try to address your question at the time the item is taken.
All right, but I might have to leave before you do that. That's why I wanted to ask now.
Okay, well, you got to kind of have to stay. That's the rule.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment then and bring it back to the council for the consent agenda. This is a consent agenda deals with routine and non-controversial matters and may include actions on resolutions, ordinances, or public hearings for which testimony is not anticipated. So at this time, I'll ask anyone on the council wishing to pull an item off the consent agenda.
I do.
Councilmember Garfield,
I'd like to pull 9D, please.
okay. And any others? Jeff? Okay, anyone, members of the public wishing to pull an item? Nine C, we have 9C and 9D being pulled.
I
Okay.
do have some public online.
Okay.
Lisa Chiani?
Thank you. I also wanted to pull 9C.
Thank you. Inga Lorenzen-Bowman?
Mine was 9C too. Thank you, Sandra.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing those items have been doubly pulled here, we're going to go ahead and going to hear 9C directly after the consent, a vote on the consent agenda. And as to item 9D, I'll recognize Councilmember Garfield.
Thank you. I have nothing but approval for this particular project. The reason I am pulling it is because we need additional information from staff. We've not had a full report on all of the things that the staff will be doing. As you've heard in our study session, there's a lot of projects before our staff. I'd like to hear more about that there's a sort of a checklist of what's been accomplished and what's ready to go. The project itself, I'm in favor of, but we need to have additional information from the staff, and I hope they'll bring it back to council quite quickly.
Do you wish to make a motion to continue this item to a date to be set?
Yes, I move that we continue this item till it can be held properly, it can be heard properly, and that staff can provide us with additional information.
Is there a second on that?
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And at this time, I'll entertain any public comment as to the continuation of this item. And only as to the continuation and not the merits.
My name is Peggy Gibbs, and I'm the CEO and founder of Pacific Grove Cares. I want to assure you that all of our volunteers are doing all the work. The only thing the city staff has to do is just approve and oversee that we're doing the right thing. That's it. So we're not taking any funds from the city, and we are not using staff for work. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Any additional comment on the continuation? If so, please queue up.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand the reason for continuing this item. It's vital work to be done. Peggy Gibbs has presented this to the BNRC. I don't know if the staff, I don't know if the city council knew that. Okay. The BNRC took a vote. They wanted to take a vote and they approved it unanimously. Any continuation of this item simply vital work that needs to be done. The work was done and selected, the projects were selected by the city staff. We took those on. Mr. Stillwell, who's going to have his birthday, was involved in this process. He's 95. Any continuation of this work is unnecessary delay. I urge you to actually vote now and vote this project through so it can get done. I don't see the purpose of the delay. It doesn't involve city staff. It doesn't involve city time. All the volunteers are going to do the work. We're going to show up with shovels. It's a very small plot of land. I don't know if Councilmember Garfield, did you go in and look at the spaces that are going to be done? Did anybody go look? It's a very small space behind the post office in front of the Stillwell basketball court. Thank you.
Thank you,
It's a few square feet. Yes, sir.
Sorry, no, I thought you were closing your remarks. I apologize. Go ahead.
No. Well, I can close them. I'm just asking there is no reason, part of the cost of the city is delaying projects like this. Is a complete civic effort. There's no city money. There's no city staff doing this. It sends a message that you don't care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hanley?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Kevin Hanley, Pacific Grove resident. When I served on the Auburn City Council for 12 years and a couple stints as mayor, our policy as a city council was always that since the agendas came out on, say, a Thursday and we had our hearings on Monday, there was plenty of time for council members to direct their questions to staff. To take the public input that came in. And I did this often. I got specific answers from the public works director, the fire chief, the police chief. And when I walked into the city council meeting, I had a lot of answers. If the public brought in new data, new questions, then I could ask further questions. I think it is incumbent. I think the councilwoman, it's great that she has questions. It's obvious she does her homework, but I think it's her responsibility to try to get, especially from staff, get all your questions answered. And then if you find that public comment brings new questions or opposition to a project comes before you, then adjust your position or continue to support it. This is a great example of citizens doing a volunteer project for Pacific Grove. We had in Auburn, Project Auburn. It was the same kind of thing where citizens came together because they love their town and they want to do beautification. And I think that volunteers are doing what the city should be doing. This is city property, but they're stepping forward. So I would urge you to ask your questions tonight. Get all the answers you need. And a lot of people came tonight to testify, whether in support or opposition, if the item was taken off the consent calendar. Why disappoint all those people? Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to the online callers. With respect to,
Yes, we have 3 callers. Christy Thomas.
with respect to the continuation.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This just really seems like someone not doing their full homework or
checking with Mr. Go and Mr. Mogensen. I mean, this whole project was on tonight's news. I mean, one of the business owners in town have already donated to this, that there's been so much groundwork. So it's kind of like you have the opportunity to talk to staff about it. And this is just such a typical thing that nothing gets done because we need another report or another evaluation or what have you. So yeah, that's pretty sad. So I think you should really rethink this, or maybe find out from your peers there what's going on, because this woman has dotted her I's, crossed the T's, and it's really a shame to delay it when they're on the side of working alongside Public Works that can't get to everything, and they've gone through all of the hoops with Mr. Go and Mr. Mogensen. So you shouldn't be the blockage or the stumbling block for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Rotoli?
Thank you. Hopefully I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And I just tuned in. I apologize. I was hoping I'd be there in person to support the PG Cares group and project. I hope to be involved with it myself as a volunteer in any way I can. And short of talking about that and the project, I know we're supposed to keep it to just the continuation. I don't fully understand why it's being essentially delayed. And maybe you can explain further what the reason behind that, like what your concerns really are. There's a lot of people that are dedicated to this project and have put a lot of work in, as you know, and I think we all see the value in it. So I hope the continuation will be brief and that it'll be fully explained and not leave us hanging and wondering if we're not all on the same team, because I think we are. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. iPhone 2, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's Debbie Beck. One, I support the project as well. And I see that Mr. Go did put it on the consent agenda. I did watch the BNRC meeting. It was welcomed to do this project moving forward. And if anything, I would encourage council to ask Mr. Go now, what are the areas where the Public Works needs to get involved, and then just move this forward. I don't think there's a reason to bring it to another council meeting. It's unfortunate. We have volunteers who want to beautify our community, and we're moving this down the road when they've gone through every meeting needed. And again, I think Mr. Go can answer those questions. I don't think this meeting needs to be continued. And I think we just need to move it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment as to the continuation and bring it back to the. Okay,
One more caller.
okay, go ahead.
Chris Lindstrom?
Well, I'd just like to support what Debbie Beck just said. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Appreciate that.
No further hands.
Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for discussion on the continuation. Councilmember Garfield.
Sure. Thank you. The way it will look and the continuation of Chase Park will be a real contribution to the whole entrance into the Lovers Point area. I think the plant selections are great. I think that we did not do the job dotting the I's and crossing the T's on some procedural things that are unfortunately necessary whenever a project is taken place on city property. The BNRC, I don't know why they approved weed cloth use, which biodegrades and sheds plastics when it's exposed to air. Minor thing, but if BNRC approved it, they approved the whole package. That's one element of what is going to be used instead of weed cloth. No one has spoken about what the methods are that are going to be used for gopher remediation, and there's some very specific rules about that as well. I've not heard anybody, not in the staff report, about who's going to relocate the bees, who's going to remove the trees. The trees that are removed are supposed to be done by the city tree service. There's permitting that needs to be done with coastal development permits. That's staff time as well. In addition, Purchasing of plants is something that they've asked the city to do. So there are a number of things that the staff are signing themselves up for that are not spelled out in this particular report, and it needs to be done. So while I fully support this project, I want to expedite it as much as possible. I have personal experience with what it takes to get a citizen grassroots volunteer group working with the city, and we've done it very successfully in Perkins Park. I think that the combination of volunteers and money is a dynamite combination, but we still have to do the things that need to be done when something is being done on city property. That is missing. And that's why I am proposing we continue this until we can get a report from staff on exactly what their obligations will be. It may be minimal, but it's still, there are a number of obligations that have not been spelled out. So that's my rationale on this. We have the possibility and potential to turn this into an excellent example of how things can be done. There's interest from people in Esplanade Park on how they can be useful in their community. They've tried before and gotten a cease and desist order because they didn't do it properly. So I think that this is an opportunity, if we take a little bit of extra time, to create a protocol, a model of practice that will serve us well in other projects without overburdening staff in ways that we don't anticipate.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comment before we take the vote? Councilmember Paduri.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to, I couldn't have put it in better words, but I think coming in on close on the heels of what the consultant has presented, I think we need to take a hard look at, like, whenever items like this come to the council needs to be made aware of, like, how much time is staff exactly allocating for this item, which I think is completely missing. I know there's a mention here that there's no staff time or minimal staff time, but we need to have that staff time accounted for. The other thing that I'm somewhat curious to know is, typically when recommend, so this is a question for you, possibly city manager, is whenever we now have a protocol in place where all the boards and commissions, their recommendations funnel through the council liaison for consideration. So that aspect seems to be missing here. Is there, or is it missing, or am I missing something? Because there's a template and the template is usually attached to the agenda. I don't see it.
Councilmember Paduri, that is correct, that we don't seem to have that specific form. This item though was heard by the BNRC and they did make a recommendation to the council, but we don't have that form. You're correct.
Okay, so the process, again, just so that everybody's aware, is yes, boards and commissions can make recommendations to council. Several boards and commissions do that, but after the recommendation is made, it is dependent on the chair of that particular board and commission to actually fill up that template and submit it to the council liaison for that board, and that council liaison will actually look at all of the recommendations that are coming in from that board and bring that particular item to the council, upon which the council will deliberate and take further action. But that is a process that is missing here too. Perhaps when we continue this item, if we are continuing this item, we can add that step in here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. But first I see one hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've lost one of my trains of thought, but I appreciate the comment about the plastic because I think that is something we need to consider. As far as filling out the specific form, I think this was done directly with a public works director. And so maybe the actual form itself was omitted, but it was submitted with his name and my name on the project. So if we need to have the form, we can definitely submit that. I know what my other thought was. So if we're going to move this forward to get the information from staff, because I agree it's a great project, it's a great grassroots effort, getting the community involved. If there are pieces missing that really do require us to assess staff time, I would propose that we have that brought back at the next meeting. Rather than having a long delay, if we can bring that back at the next meeting.
Well, right now the motion is to set it to a date certain, or to a date when staff is able to report that we can have everything ready. And I'm not sure that the next meeting is going to be that, based on the short month.
Can we ask if that's possible so we can make a date known?
Councilmember McDonald and through the mayor, we will endeavor to do our best to get back to the next meeting. I need to confer with the Public Works Director on what type of staff time needs to go into that. I'm not positive sitting here.
Okay.
If we need to talk to I understand that there might be a landscaper or two involved, so we might need to figure out, what's involved in that kind of, we have to put together a bid package or something. Again, public property, sometimes things are different. So we will do our best to get back on the 5th. I promise that.
Okay, so maybe something like within, I guess as soon as possible. I just don't want to see it something that's kicked down too far, but I totally appreciate the staff and the staff time required because there are these kind of on public land regulations that we just have to make sure we do address those. So we, as a city, don't get in any problem areas. So I would just maybe, I don't know if we want to leave a motion to say within the next month, if that seems reasonable, or if it's best to say date unknown. But that was just my request that it not be delayed too long.
Thank you for that comment, Councilmember Rao.
And just real quick, I'd also like to see where this falls in the budget and how much we're going to spend on it. If we're removing trees, trimming a tree, trimming a second tree, relocating honeybees, grinding out a stump. I'm assuming that the volunteers aren't doing that. So that's either staff time or it has to go out to our tree removal vendor with a cost. So I just would like to better understand how much the city is going to have to pay.
I would recommend, thank you very much. I'd recommend that we leave the motion as is. And I'll endeavor to work with Mr. Mogensen to get this back on as soon as humanly possible. And we'll get these questions answered and we'll at least have a hearing and the public will know and the public will be notified and they can come speak to the item at that time. That's so at this time, unless there's any further discussion, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Garfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Baduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Walkingstick?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Amelia?
Aye.
Councilmember Rao?
Aye.
Mayor Smith?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to continue 9D.
Okay, and now at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent and we're going to 9C has been pulled. So all other items besides 9C and 9D, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent items.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Passes unanimously. All items except for 9C will go directly to 9C now. This is the proposed amended schedule of city council meetings, and I will look to our city attorney for this. Item 9C.
I'll be right with you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
So the city council voted on December 4th, 2024 to approve a meeting schedule for the calendar years of 2025 and 2026. And the schedule that was approved at that time skipped some meetings. Our standard meeting schedule is the first Wednesday and the third Wednesday. However, a few of those meetings were to be skipped. The first meeting in 2025, for example, the first meeting in January was not going to be held. And also both meetings in July would not be held. And so the same basic concept for 2026, first meeting in January would be dark, as we sometimes refer to it. And then there would be no meetings in July. So in reviewing the city's charter, Article 13, and thank you to Luke Coletti for bringing this to our attention. You can only cancel one meeting in a month. So there must be at least one meeting in a month. The purpose of having the July meetings to be dark was to allow for vacation opportunities. And the alternative that's being proposed in your agenda packet, which is referenced as proposed amended meeting schedules for 2025 and 2026 would be similar to what you approved in December, but with some changes. The first meeting in January would be dark, and that's true for both 2025 and 2026. For July, the first meeting in July would be held. I'd be on in 2025 would be on July 2nd. The second meeting would not be held. And then the first meeting in August would not be held, but the second meeting in August would be held. And then the second meeting in December would also be dark. So by having the second meeting in July and the first meeting in August dark, that provides a number of weeks that would be available to council and staff and the public who might want to participate on an item but would otherwise be out of town or on vacation, having relatives visit or for whatever. Those are summer months, and the January meeting and the December meetings being during those holidays. And then the 2026 schedule is similar pattern. No meeting, the first meeting in January, and again, skipping the second meeting in July, first meeting in August, and the second meeting in December. So what we do need to do, if the proposed schedule is one that you wish to modify from what's in the packet, we cannot continue with the schedule that was approved in December because it has both meetings in July dark, and we can't do that. We can only have one meeting a month. We have to have at least one meeting a month. So I'm available to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and put it out. There's a few people online that want to comment on this, I think.
Thank you, Mayor.
No.
Inga Lorenzen Dimer.
Thank you. We seem to be truncating the business of our city. We went from illegally with the 2 meetings in July, the 3 meetings, which has been down historically too, but now this proposal is eliminating 4 meetings. So we're condensing city business with agendas and agenda items that need to be heard and the public needs to be heard. We're condensing it down to 10 months now instead of 12. So I take absolute offense at this extra one in December, the extra meeting that they want to give for vacations or something. Well, we already pretty much know how the mayor feels about raising stipends for city council members and whatever. And I think the business of the city needs a full complement, and not dropping another meeting out of the year so that 4 meetings out of the year instead of 3 are being held. I mean, it's like, excuse me, you got elected to do a job, and I would appreciate you continuing to do it. Thank you very much.
Lisa Ciani.
Thank you. So this item is proposing 3 fewer council meetings this year than has been the standard in the 10 years that I've been attending. When there are many very important matters to deal with and matters that have been postponed or simply lost track of for a year or 2. The city has traditionally skipped the first meeting in January, presumably to ease the return from the holidays. Skipping a meeting in December as well as January is a long break from the last meeting in November. And skipping 2 meetings in the summer is again a very long break. So if you must, I would say, okay, take off 1 meeting in the summer if you're really sure that you aren't going to just then have a tremendous backlog in at the end of the summer. But I would urge you to simply take off the first meeting in January, as has been traditional. And if you must, then take off one meeting in the summer, but not two. There's work to do, and it's important to do it thoughtfully, not in a rush. Thank you.
Thank you. No further hands, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Bring back to council for this. Would you like to comment on it? Oh, okay, I should have gone to you first. There you go. Go ahead.
I agree with a lot that they've said. I'm Sally
Okay.
Moore, and I understand the reasoning for, I understand the reasoning for the December and January because of the holidays. However, in the summer, that leaves twice that you're going 6 weeks without meeting. And the idea was for vacations. I'm sure that you're not all going to schedule your vacations at the same time. So that would, chances are, leave a quorum. The city clerk has a deputy city clerk who has served, I think, on a time or two during the council. So if they need to be covered, the city attorney, I believe, has a deputy or an assistant. I don't remember the title, but someone to cover for him. And as far as the city manager, according to Article 19F, the city manager is to quote, to attend all meetings of the council unless excused therefrom by 3 members or thereof by the mayor, end quote. So there would always be someone here to cover that. And I think our city does require your attending to really special issues that come up. I don't think it should go 6 weeks at a time. And if my math serves me correct, that would be a quarter of the year that you would not be looking at city issues. So I think too, maybe the July one would be okay, or one in August, but not both. Thank you.
Just want to bring back to the, I see another hand out in the ether there.
Thank you.
Wasn't there before.
Chair Marquardt?
Good evening, Mayor, and City Council. If you're going to be canceling meetings, I know you're tired of hearing about this, but you have DEI meetings every month, and you now have 2 new task force members. You always have 3 people in the chamber sitting on the left-hand side. You have 2 people on the right-hand side. One of them is me. And then you have 6 people on Zoom, and it never changes. You have no community participation in this DEI meeting. You have staff, you have Sandra Kendall there, you have the city manager. This is costing you money. I would much prefer that you stagger the DEI meetings, or better yet, just cancel them, because that seems to be the future of DEI meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment on this item now. Bring it back to council, and before I recognize other folks, I'm going to make a comment. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Kubica. So we're unclosing public comment again for the last time.
Thank you very much for indulging me. My name is Andy Kubica. I'm a resident. I'm speaking as a resident, not a member of the Planning Commission. The city is a business. It's a business of taking care of its residents. To shut the city down for 25% of the year, that's what I think one of the other people said. Or 6 weeks. That's I mean, we're to shut down repeatedly is not a good business plan. I'm just startled by this amount of lack of concern, and that's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, public comments closed on this item. I will make one comment about this. This is designed to, I support this item for staff and really mostly for staff. They can take their vacations and stagger them in such a way that they're able to actually take the vacation and not have a meeting upon them. I also feel that every business also has vacation. And it's okay for people to do that. And sometimes you get involved in a project and you want to see it through, and you don't want someone else to have to do it. You want to do it yourself and complete the project yourself. So I'm fully supportive of this. I think it gives the right amount of balance. And the most important thing is we can always have a special meeting, and I will be quick on the trigger to have a special meeting if we need to. This is designed to give our staff time to have vacations. But if we have a pressing item, we can have a meeting about that item. That is not outside of the power of the mayor's office or council. And we can have a meeting in early August if we have to, or this is just kind of setting up a tentative schedule, but we can always and go do that. We've had items in the past where we had to spend a whole night on one item, and honestly, sometimes it makes more sense. I noticed tonight's meeting is very full, so and there's a lot of competing things going on. So sometimes it makes sense to have a meeting dedicated to one item or two, and I think we can do that within this schedule. I think previous schedules have not allowed for staff vacations. And so I wanted to address that. And that is, I think staff has done so here, and I think it's a good thing. So I'll go ahead and recognize another council member who would like to speak to this. Councilmember McDonald.
Mayor. Yeah, when I saw this item, that's good that we noticed that it wasn't complying with our ordinance, because I was a little concerned about taking so much time off, but it's was also told the understanding that, we could call a special meeting. If we decide that we want to do this, my other question would be, does it make sense to take 2 off in a row? Because the disadvantage of that is you go such a long time with no meetings. And if we did maybe the first weekend of July, the first meeting of July and the 1st of August, we'd at least have a meeting in between. So I'm concerned about having these big gaps, less so around the holidays because so many people are gone traveling. And so that I could see making more sense. But my concern about the summer, if people really want to do that, allowing for having a special meeting, I think is important to allow for that, because we seem to always have enough business. That said, I was told when we started, we usually do have a gap in July. We just didn't see it since I've been here. But traditionally, I guess that is often the case. So if that's the case, I would propose, does it make more sense to do the first one in July, the 1st in August? People are more likely to want to take the 4th of July holiday off. People who have family, that might be more conducive. And at least we wouldn't have such a big gap. So I actually don't personally think we necessarily need to take 2 off in the summer, but if we are going that route, I would propose the first one in July and the 1st in August.
Thank you. Councilmember Garfield.
And if we're having no council meeting, but we are having boards and commission meetings, that kind of defeats the purpose. So when we do figure out a schedule, can we ask the city manager to come back with a matching look at boards and commission meetings that take up staff time? Just make sure we're all on the break there.
Yeah, I like that.
I think, go ahead. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Garfield. Just have Mr. Mogensen come back with this and look at it. I agree with the mayor in regards to staff time. Staff spends a lot of time. And as you remember, the report that came out earlier, we're really short on staff. That is basically what that report was. So I'm okay with having it come back.
Okay. Anyone supportive of the recommended action?
And I would like to echo Councilmember McDonald's. I think we should eliminate the July 2nd. That's right in the middle of a holiday week. For those of you, I don't have kids, but for those of you that do, I know that presents a challenge. So I would like to see that meeting in July, the 16th, and then maybe eliminate the first one in August. And we still accomplish the same thing, but, I think it staggers it in a way that makes a little bit more sense.
So I think the suggestion from 2 of the council members and possibly 3 is that we stagger the time off in the middle. We have the 4th of July meeting off, and then we do the first week in August off. So they give 2 opportunities there. And then and everything else as is presented. Is that what do I have a motion to that effect?
Perhaps before you all vote on that, I'd like to put some dates to this first meeting and whatever. So to be specific, the amended, adopted regular meeting schedule, it's on page 105 of your packet. From what I've heard from Councilmember McDonald and others, would be to, instead of canceling the second meeting in July, to cancel the first meeting in July, and then you would hold the second meeting in July. And that would be the only change from the packet. So July 2nd meeting of 2025 would not be on your schedule, but the second meeting of July 16th of 2025 would be. And then similarly for 2026, the July 1st meeting would be dark. But the July 15th meeting you would hold, and that would, if we can all do the math on that, by staggering that, you wouldn't have such a long gap between meetings.
That's correct, except for the August meeting is also going to be dark, the first meeting in August.
It would be, but you wouldn't be off 2 meetings in a row.
Correct.
It would be staggered.
Correct.
Based on what I understood Councilmember McDonald's to be proposing. And the reason I spoke here is I just want to make sure we all had an understanding what dates we were talking about.
I think it's helpful. Thank you. Do I have a motion then on the Councilmember Garfield?
I move that we accept the amended schedule to hold the second meeting in July and the second meeting in August, but not the first meeting in July and the first meeting in August. And then secondarily to ask Mr. Mogensen to bring back his thoughts on how this might dovetail well with alleviating some staff responsibilities for boards and commissions at the same time.
And those are you are okay with the rest of the calendar though? So we were just kind of singling out July and August, but you're okay with the rest of it?
And the rest of the calendar as is.
Okay.
With the proviso that, of course, we'll have an emergency, not a scheduled meeting, should it look like that's what's needed.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, we got a second on that. Okay, any further discussion on it? Yes, Mr. Mogensen.
Perhaps we could consider the boards and commissions really quickly. So they meet once a month. So in thinking about it, there's really not going to be a schedule that would probably line up perfectly with that. So perhaps for the boards and commissions, the thought would be more of just not July. They just don't meet in July, and then you accomplish the same thing perhaps for people to support those. Just thinking off the cuff here, I'm not sure what I can study and bring back to you when they only meet once a month.
And if that one, we already have a motion and a second, but if we're gonna, maybe we should take a vote on that and then we can address your other item because they're not all, we need to separate them out a little bit more than we are. Okay, so I'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on this.
Councilmember Garfield,
Aye.
Councilmember Rao,
Aye.
Council members Baduri,
Aye.
Walking Stick,
Aye.
McDonald,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Emilio,
Aye.
and Mayor Smith.
Aye. And so once again, go back to the, so it passed with the schedule. Now going to the board and commission schedule. Is there any desire on the part of anyone on the council to simply black out the meetings in July for the boards and commission members at this time? Or would we prefer to have more information on that particular topic? Councilmember McDonald.
Point of clarification, because was the goal to have them have any that have the same schedule as council? I don't think there's any, maybe I'm wrong. There might be some in the first week of July and August. So the reason I'm asking this question to preface it is that some don't meet every month, some meet every other month. So skipping that may mean they have to go 4 months. So I just wanted to, we might need a slightly bigger picture. So I was going to look real quick.
Yeah, as I think through this more, perhaps there's two things we could do. We can either bring it back or we can also just work with our boards and commissions and consider some schedules as we go through it.
Yeah, and my comment on that would be, I think the latter might be more efficient.
Yeah. I think we leave it up to the chairs of each one of the commissions to decide if they need to have a meeting in the month of July, knowing they have the flexibility to cancel. But if they want to have it, but
Yeah, Councilmember Walking Stick, yes.
Just like to throw everyone a curveball with the idea of giving people the holiday season off during Christmas, during December, excuse me.
We did. We just did.
Oh, yeah, BCCs.
Oh.
BCCs.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I'd say, yeah, I would almost say leave it up, possibly leave it up to the boards. Unless Mr. Mogensen thinks there's a different path. Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to add, I think there are two things under consideration here. One is, what do the boards and commissions, do they want time off or not? Something to that effect. But the other aspect is, does the staff require a break during that particular time period? And I don't think we can toss out some dates, but I don't think we can come to a logical conclusion here. So maybe you can look at both aspects and get back to us with what makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually think that's a great suggestion. I think we need to look at this a little bit. There are some things, I've looked at this schedule a lot recently and the schedules and things, and I noticed there things pop out. You're like, wait, when is that meeting? March, and then again in July. So yeah, let's take a closer look at it. That would be my suggestion going forward. And we can now finally get done with the consent agenda and move to our item 11A. So if everyone's okay with that, I'll go ahead and move the meeting on to item 11A. And this will recognize Director Livian on a city salary classification schedule ordinance.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff, and members of the community. During the 24-25 mid-year budget adjustments, 2 new classifications were authorized to be funded. In order to include these 2 new classifications into the city's salary schedule, it must be done by ordinance. Tonight, staff is requesting council to amend and approve the salary classification schedule to establish the hourly rates for the urban forester and the principal civil engineer positions. And just to reiterate, these are 2 new positions. This concludes my report.
Okay, we'll take it out. Any members of the public wishing to comment on 11A, city ordinance, city salary classification schedule ordinance? I see one.
Yes, I see one hand online. Lisa Chiani.
Thank you. Well, I just have 2 questions for clarification. If I'm, whoops, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong notes here. One is the urban forester replacing the arborist? And because I believe the forester is a full-time position, and I believe the arborist contract is ending this summer or something. So just clarifying whether this is a replacement, the forester replacing the arborist, or if we're still going to have a part-time arborist. And where will the forester and engineer fit in the city's organization? Is the forester going to be under Public Works? What's the engineer going to be under? Those would be good things to understand about these positions. Thank you.
No further hands, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the council, and I'll recognize Mayor Pro Tem Emilio.
Yes, thank you for the report, Ms. Levian. I just have a question for you. How long does it take, would you say, to get on board with, for example, the forester or the civil engineer? Do you have any idea how long that would take?
Yes, assuming that we had a successful candidate for, let's say, the urban forester position, it would take probably about a month to onboard, but that would be, there are a couple of variables that we need to take in consideration. Like, first of all, would that person have to give notice to their current position? How long that notice would be? Are they local? Do they need to move into the area? So there's just some factors that could impact that, but generally speaking, about a month.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Derry.
Thank you. I'm actually curious to get the answers for what was asked by the public, which is, I mean, knowing we just had a presentation, right? Like, and talking about like span of control and whatnot. So where would these positions fit in? Like, any idea right now, or is this TBD?
Thank you, Councilmember Paduria. Yeah, a little bit of it is to TBD, where we are working with, obviously, we just had this study done and we're looking through our structure and where things are most efficient, because there's crossovers in some of these services. For example, a forester is going to work both in our community development to an extent and also with our public works department. There's going to be times when a forester is going to be working directly with public works staff who does the maintenance work on different things. There's going to be, all these things kind of cross over. So we have to figure out what's most efficient, as we also talked about earlier today. So we're looking at that. We're also looking at what meets the needs of the city and the residents, and what are people asking for in terms of some of the future services of the city. So how can we best structure that? So beyond that, we have some work to do. I'll just say that before we're ready to really launch in and make a real, definite answer. On the civil engineer, it's kind of the same thing. They're going to work on both sides with new developments. They're going to review permits and everything that come in through there. They're also going to work with our CIP schedule and with the public works staff. So again, we got to just look and see where it makes the most sense and where it fits in. We're doing the deeper public works assessment right now. We're also doing community development, and all those things will help us to probably understand where the best place is. We also have limited space, so we have to figure out where do we have space to sit this person, so more to come, but I don't think it's going to be too long. We want to get moving and get the recruitment going, because it takes so much time, and we've figured we can do that along the way.
Okay, thank you. It looks like the city hall infrastructure assessment was part of the whole scheme of things there. But looking forward to a revised organizational chart. The other question I think was asked was, it appears based on your answer, the forester is not necessarily an arborist, or is it vice versa? How does that play out?
Well, I'm not the expert at this, but from what I understand, they're not exactly the same thing all the time. However, any forester that we hire, we're going to expect to have some of the skills of an arborist, because eventually that is the idea, that it's all a 100% full-time job that deals with both the citywide forest, citywide canopy, some of our park spaces, that we're going to talk about tonight as well, in addition to working on tree permits that people submit to the city. So they're going to have to, we're looking for a special person.
Okay. See, there is a possibility that the forester may engage a specialized arborist in the future, something of that aspect.
There is, I would say, in terms of, is it going to be the same money? I think there's going to be a bit of a crossover for sure, because there's going to be onboarding, offboarding, and I'm not sure how things will line up exactly with fiscal years in terms of what money's in contracts already versus the council is allocated money to hire somebody. So it's kind of two separate things.
Okay.
In the future, as we go forward though, yeah, one line item in the contracts would go away and it would just be a staff person.
Okay, very good. And then Ms. Olivia, just quick, just for my sanity, 306,000 for the city engineer. Is that like inclusive of everything? Because I've not seen like 300 plus figure for a while. So just asking.
Yes, that would be fully loaded with benefits and compensation and all the monies the city would be on the hook for to pay for this position.
Okay, so the base salary would be somewhere in the range of like 150 to 175K, somewhere there.
Over my head, because it's on the hourly rate right now. I think it's like 100 and
That's the top.
yeah, around
Top step
around-
$74.
yeah, 150, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah, we could just quickly clarify on that. So when we came to you in September and the council allocated these positions, we gave you some ballpark numbers. At that time, we were looking at the engineer maybe being more in the salary range of closer to 190 or $200,000 a year. We've gone on, we looked at different jobs and we figured out what really we think we need more. And with that, now we have a more honed in job description of the salary range that's there. So typically salaries and benefits are about 40%. So that 306 is just what you budgeted, but it will be more 40% of the 160 will be the total. So closer to 210-ish all in.
And it's not necessary that we are, unless we are, we're not going to hire at the top level step anyway. So it's, we're going to be somewhere in the middle range. It depends.
It's going to be a competitive one.
Okay, right.
It's going to be hard to hire this position. I'll just be honest.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further comments, or would anyone like to make a motion?
Motion to.
Let me
approve the
interrupt. You want to request a reading of the title first?
I'll do that, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
I thought that's where you were going. So I'll be glad to read the title. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacific Grove amending the salary classification schedule to add urban forester and principal civil engineer classifications. And to provide a little further direction, you could say you'd make a motion to approve the remaining recommendations.
Okay. Make a motion to approve the remaining recommendations.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. And I'll just make one discussion point. These are very hot button items that the public clamored for, the forester and the engineer. So we're trying to, again, as a staff and as a council, we're trying to meet the demands that our residents want. And this is something that the residents really want. So I think it's a great thing. And I'll just go ahead and take a voice vote on this. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Since this is an ordinance, I'd recommend a
Oh,
roll call. Yes.
Okay, we're going to take a roll call.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri, Councilmembers Garfield.
Aye.
Rao,
Aye.
McDonald. Aye. Walking Sick,
Aye.
Mayor Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you very much. And good luck with the recruitment. Okay, and now I think we're at 12A. We're gonna ask our fire chief Miller to come up and make a presentation on fire preparedness in Pacific Grove. So I'll recognize Fire Chief Andrew Miller.
Okay, sorry. So thank you very much. I also really appreciate you care enough, I know you all really do. I want to also recognize the residents in this community that care so much. I've had a lot of dialogue. There's been a lot of questions. There's been a lot of concerns. And I just want to let them know that, Monterey Fire is, we're wildfire ready. And I want to discuss some parts of what we've put together with you tonight. So to give you better confidence in what we've done to prepare and also how we're going to respond to wildfires and be available to answer any of your questions. So with that, if you can just bear with me for a little bit, we'll move to the first slide, please. Just move to the next one, please. There we go. So the first thing I want to talk about was wildfire risk mitigation plans that we have in play today. As you are all well aware of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, we brought this back to you in July and we did a presentation at that time and kind of went over the plan. It's a pretty comprehensive plan, and I would recommend that anybody in the community who hasn't seen that plan to please go online, either Monterey Fire Department or the City of Pacific Grove, and they can pull the plan up. And if they have any questions or if they want more information, they can always call the City of Monterey Fire Prevention Division, and we'd be more than glad to answer anybody's questions and give them more information. So the Community Wildfire Protection Plan is basically our core planning document. It's to identify wildfire risks, mitigation, preparedness, planning for reducing wildfires, and response capabilities to wildfires within the city. I'm not going to spend too much time on this one because we already went over a whole presentation in it back in July, but I am going to move forward in with a fuels mitigation plan. This is all new. These are the action items. So think of the CWPP as a planning document in the fuels mitigation program that I'm about to speak about, or the actual action items that have taken place since you signed that document. These action plan is for a very high and our high fire severity zones. I'm going to talk about the difference between the very high and the high in a little bit, and I have some maps to kind of show you so you have a better understanding of the areas in the city that I'm talking about. So what this fuels mitigation program does, it kind of tracks the work in progress. That's all the work we're doing. It tracks the work that we're completing. It's going to track all our defensible space inspections, which I'm going to talk about next. And we're using GIS mapping for that. We've physically gone out and walked all these areas. And also, as we're doing our defensible space inspections, we're doing map overlays so we can see an inspection was done. Did it need a second inspection? Or do we need to move it even onto code enforcement? So it helps us keep track of all the inspections that we're doing, and I'll get more information on that. So the defensible space inspection, really we're talking about the very high fire severity zones in the city. And to do that, we hired one part-time fire inspector. That's our fuels mitigation specialist. She's absolutely amazing. She's been with us. She has a 30-year history with CAL FIRE, and she did all their fuels mitigation. She worked in Pebble Beach for CAL FIRE for the last probably 15 years running their fuel mitigation programs over there. She has a lot of experience and a lot of great connections, which we've been using. We've also hired 3 defensible space inspectors. This year, actually, we're going to double that number. We're going to go to 6 to help us move the program forward. I also have just recently assigned one of our division chiefs to work to oversee this entire program, because I think it's that important that we need to put a lot of resources and we need a lot of priority to make sure that the program's moving forward adequately. So we started doing the DSI home inspections in the very high fire severity zones last July after you signed the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And so what those are is we trained those inspectors to the state of California curriculum. Once we trained them, then we have to take them out and they have to go out with a supervisor and we'll do the full inspection. They're pretty comprehensive inspections. Back in the past, we used to just kind of drive by a property. You have a question? Sorry, we used to just drive by the property and we maybe get out and look around. These are much more comprehensive and they're all, like I said, state of California standard. So those inspections started this year and we're going to really kick it off next year. The areas that we're looking at to do the inspections, these are the properties. The Del Monte Park area, which is the only very high fire severity zone in the city. And then the high fire severity zones, which is Rip Van Winkle Park and George Washington Park. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about George Washington Park, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. We're also going to send out the defensible space inspection flyers. They'll be sent to every home in the very high fire severity zone. There's trifold that looks like this. I think Matt had maybe gave you just a copy of those to look at. So we send this out to every single house that's in the high fire severity zone. And we ask residents to kind of just start and to do their part by getting this initiated. So by the time we get there, hopefully they're done. And if not, then we will get, so they don't have to wait for us to get there to start the work. And then when we do get there, if they have questions or they need more help, we'll be more than glad to take the time. We're not going out to be code enforcers. We're going out to be partners, collaboration with the residents. We want to help them be successful because we all want the same thing. All of us, our priority is to protect life, property, and the environment. And so the residents want that. You want that. City administration wants that, and the fire department wants that. So we just got to work together to complete that. Next is a community collaboration. We're going to ask everybody to please comply with the defensible space inspections. And like I said, we're here to help. Even if we haven't come to your house yet and you have questions, you can call our fire prevention division. We have specialists on hand that will physically answer the phone and talk to you. It doesn't have to go to a voicemail, or we will physically go out to your property and help you, even if it's before the inspection. Also, we take initiative to home harden and develop defensible spaces. You don't have to wait for the fire department, or even if you're not in one of these zones and you want to harden your home and create defensible spaces, it's always a good idea to do that. It doesn't hurt because we're focusing on certain areas in the city. It doesn't mean that other areas outside these focus zones aren't going to be impacted. And we're able to help other residents too that aren't on the inspection list. Next, I want to talk about collaboration with our adjoining jurisdictions. Pretty much all of our adjoining jurisdictions is Pebble Beach Community Services District. Pebble Beach have been great partners. We have physically, our fuels mitigation officer and their fuels mitigation officers have walked all of these areas in the city. I'm going to talk about in a moment, that we have adjoining boundary lines. Fire doesn't know boundary lines, right? Like we want to keep it from burning into Pebble Beach, and Pebble Beach wants to keep it from burning into Pacific Grove. So we all work together when we develop these fuel mitigation plans, and when we have different strategies, and not just for prevention, but also for response, which I'll talk about in a minute. Next slide, please. So here's the first map. This is a very high fire severity zone. This is the only very high fire severity zone in the city. This was from the state of California and from our community wildfire protection plan. And as you can see, that red circle, that's around Del Monte Park. It's pretty much all of Del Monte Park where it boards up against the open space in the Pebble Beach area. So that's probably our hottest response area because you could see the amount of open space they have there, and there's a lot of fuel in there. Now, Pebble Beach has been doing a lot of work. They've been sending hand crews back there to work. They've been putting goats out to do work back there. They've also did some masticator work back there. So that is, for us, that's quite the benefit. They're investing millions of dollars into their fuel mitigations. Not much of that property is in Pacific Grove, right? Those neighborhoods, if you see, they back up. Their backyards go right into that open space. So we're going to go into those neighborhoods. We're going to talk to the residents there to make sure that their homes are safe, to make sure that they have their defensible space and they're doing their home hardening. That's going to be their job. And what little property there is, and obviously Public Works can do some work, but most of that is all CAL FIRE property, and they're stepping up to the plate. They've started this program. They're just going to be doing more and more. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So this is a very high fire severity zone. Excuse me. This is a very high fire severity zone. So you see there's Rip Van Winkle Park. And then over on the top there, that's George Washington Park. And we're going to, I'm sorry. I'm fighting a cold. Can I get my water? Dan? Sorry about that. I am fighting a cold. So anyway, if you look at like Rip Van Winkle Park right there, that's mainly all CAL FIRE's property too. And they're doing the same work there with the masticators and the hand crews and also the goats, which has been great for us because not much of that is really in the city of Pacific Grove. Then across from that is all the neighborhoods. And one of those neighborhoods actually was our first Firewise neighborhood in the whole Monterey system to include Carmel and Monterey. Pacific Grove had the very first one. There's other neighborhoods that are putting out applications. Monterey City starting to do some, and Carmel by the Sea is also looking at doing the fire safe communities as well. Next slide, please. So, you know, this has been a hot topic of discussion. This is George Washington Park. So if you look at the perimeter clearance that City Public Works does every year, Dan and I have actually walked that and have talked about that a little bit more. And I'm going to let him discuss some of the fuel reduction strategies that he's going to bring forward today. But that's what they do every year. And I would recommend, and Dan agreed, that we can push that in just a little bit more to get those flashy fuels kind of taken care of because those move fire pretty quickly. And then the uncleared areas, as you can see in the middle, that's going to be part of the discussion tonight that Dan is going to share with you. Then my bigger concern, if you look on the upper left-hand side, is those homes that their backyards go right up into the park. And all around this area, around the park, we're going to be doing our defensible space inspections to every one of those houses in that area. So that's going to be us working with the residents to do the home hardening and create the defensible spaces, and then the city working in conjunction with the current perimeter clearance that they do. And then hopefully the next stage will be moving some of the fuels, the heavier fuels, and reducing those. So that would be the George Washington Park. Next slide, please. I also wanted to talk about our response plan and our deployment. You know, Monterey, as part of we're your fire department, and we have a really strong deployment capacity. Our theory here is to hit it fast and hit it hard. And what I mean by that is fire services are designed, it's the speed of the attack. I mean, you get the closest unit there as soon as possible to either extinguish the fire or contain the fire. And it's the weight of the attack that comes behind it. So in case the first company that's there can't contain it, then the rest of the units coming in will be coming and getting there shortly to be able to contain it, whether that's a structure fire or a wildland fire. It's the same philosophy. The good thing with Monterey is, you know, we do have a real robust deployment model. So when somebody dials 911 on a wildland fire in the city of Pacific Grove, they're going to get a duty chief, which is a 24/7 incident commander in a mobile incident command vehicle. They're going to get 3 engine companies, command staff, and then we will upgrade that alarm depending on reported conditions, or if the incident commander determines that either that the first in engines are seeing more than anticipated, or more people are starting to call into 911. It's interesting too with our command staff. It's kind of a nice thing is that we have 6 chief officers in the Monterey Fire Department, and 3 of them actually live in the city of Pacific Grove. And they're always available when they're here, and that's on weekends and nights, which is an extra added kind of component that we have here at Pacific Grove. And along with that response from Monterey, when that 911 call is made, you're also going to get an initial dispatch from CAL FIRE. That's because we have what we call a dual threat zone. So, we border up against Pebble Beach, which is the CAL FIRE responsibility. So they're going to launch everything. They're going to launch additional engines. They're going to send more command staff. They're going to send some water tenders, and they're going to launch aircraft, both fixed wing and helicopter. The thing about the aircraft where we're so fortunate right now is that there's an air attack base in Hollister. And from a flight, the amount of distance between Hollister and Pacific Grove from a flight distance, it's only like 30 miles. So you can imagine how fast they would get here. So literally, you've got something burning in George Washington Park and there's actually a working fire there. That aircraft that's launched, where this helicopter making a water drop, or they can also have their fixed wing do retardant drops. They are right in our backyard and they will launch immediately. They can always cancel them. So that's just a really good benefit that we have. And we have great partnerships with CAL FIRE, and we provide service back to CAL FIRE as well. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. They'll also activate hand crews and get them going. If we don't need them, we'll cancel them, but they're going to start getting hand crews ready. And I don't want the word bulldozer to scare you. They're not bringing bulldozers in Pacific Grove, but there might be areas around Pacific Grove where they would have to maybe get a bulldozer in there if it was that critical. But they also send us things like extra water tenders, et cetera. So it's just this great resource that we have, and that it's automatic aid with CAL FIRE for waterland fires within the city of Pacific Grove and Monterey and Carmel by the Sea. Monterey would immediately do a soft opening of our emergency operations center if the fire is actually generating more concern than initially dispatched. And then we would set that up, and we'd also have members of Pacific Grove team could come and work there with us. And that's just another resource to support all the logistics, to support, where the residents are going to go and answer all those different types of questions. So that will happen automatically. And we also have our county mutual aid, where we can call for 5 more engines, for 10 more engines. All we have to do is ask, and those engines will start moving in this direction upon our request. And that's requested from the incident commander. Secondly, the last piece of this is we're also part of the Office of Emergency Services Master Mutual Aid Plan. We're so fortunate to live in the great state of California. We have the best mutual aid plan in the entire world. And we have other states and we have other countries that come to study this plan because it's so comprehensive. Every fire engine, you see a fire engine in that picture, that's one of Monterey Fire, and that's one of our we have specialized fire apparatus just for wildland firefighting. That particular apparatus lives in the Pacific Grove Station. We also have one on the on the east side. But in the Master Mutual Aid Plan, as you saw, I'm sure a lot of you during the Palisades fire, that engine right there and our OAS engine, the day of the Palisades fire, they were dispatched late in the afternoon, arrived in the Palisades probably at about 3 a.m. in the morning, and they went right to work. And they worked for almost 72 hours straight with no breaks, no sleep, because it's such chaos. And that's the way wildland fires are at first, until command structures and logistics teams can start coming in to support all these engines. There was probably 1,200 fire engines eventually down in the Los Angeles area to fight those fires. We have that same benefit here locally. Through this Master Mutual Aid Plan, I could call right now for 20 fire engines and they would start placing those orders. So we are in a really, really fortunate place, not just where we here in Pacific Grove in close proximity to our CAL FIRE partners, but also just being a part of the Master Mutual Aid Plan. So we go, right? We have an OAS engine. The state has like 200 of them. They give them to different cities and they staff them, like Monterey staffs this OAS engine. It's another specialized piece of firefighting equipment. And that OAS engine went with our other type 3 wildland engines down there. But when we need them, we can call them. When they need us, we go. And we go every year, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And that's just kind of the way the whole system works. So between local government, state government, and federal resources, we can get everything we need here to manage any type of wildland fire. I don't want to play down what happened in Los Angeles. I mean, that was a historical fire, probably one of the worst fires in U.S. history. About 18,000 structures, burned down, and that includes, schools and, apartment buildings and care facilities, right? So that fire is Los Angeles Fire Department, city, and Los Angeles County are probably two of the largest fire departments, literally, in the country, maybe in the world. And they were both overwhelmed within 24 hours. But it's a different topography there. Things are a little different there. I'm not playing our risk down, but there they had, the San Gabriel Mountains are 10,000 feet in elevation. They had hurricane force winds blowing down huge canyons into drought-ridden, hundreds of thousands of acres. And that fire started, the homes, and then the homes became the fuel, then the buildings became the fuel. It just became a conflagration. It was very difficult. I know for our firefighters, they were really challenged on the work they did, but in the loss that they had to experience while they're down there, some of the work that they had to do. So we're really appreciative of our firefighters and the commitments that they make. But all those options, that everything they had in Southern California, we can get it here too if needed, not just Pacific Grove, but anywhere within Monterey County. Next slide, please. I also want to talk about the fire hydrant. A lot of questions came up because you hear the reservoir was empty in LA, or you hear they open a fire hydrant and no water would come out. That's a supply and demand issue, and I don't want to get into what their issues were, but I knew that question was coming up. So me and my staff met with CalAm administrators to discuss the water systems in Pacific Grove, in Monterey, and Carmel by the Sea, and Sand City, and all the areas that we serve, and the airport. And they assured me that they're 100% operational. All the reservoirs are 100% operational. All their generators are 100% operational. All their fire flows are up to par. So this was actually I asked them to put out a statement and a PSA, public service announcement, so other people can hear as well. And this is actually word by word the statement that they put out. So this was CalAm after we had that discussion. As far as the fire hydrants go, they do test. They own, first of all, CalAm. A lot of people don't understand this. They think the city owns the water mains and the fire hydrants. They do not. That's all owned by CalAm. So CalAm is responsible for the maintenance of the fire hydrants and making sure that the fire flow is up to par. CalAm assured me that they're meeting the National Fire Protection Association requirement to test 20% of the hydrants over a 5-year cycle, in which time 100% of the hydrants will be tested. And they flow test the hydrants and they check for fire flow. So that's what I can report to you on that. I know it's been a big question. Then people ask, well, what happened in Southern California? Well, I don't have all the details, but I can tell you when you have that many structures that had burned, figure every house or every building, some that are, 20,000 square feet, when they collapse, guess what? That water main that's going into that building is just shooting water up into the air. Those sprinkler systems and all that collapses, everything opens up. Every firefighter is trying to open a hydrant. Everybody's trying to use a hose. It's just supply and demand. Municipal water systems aren't really built to fight that type of a fire. This is a historical fire. They're happening more and more. I want to be honest with you. I'd like to say this is the new normal, but this is now the normal, these mega fires that are taking place all over the Western United States. And that's also what's motivating us to be much more engaged in this whole fuel mitigation and inspection and response capabilities. So, what's good comes out of it, is that we're able to really understand it and to get more resource, to get support from, our policymakers like yourselves to give us the tools and the resources that we need to do this job. And I really appreciate that. So that would conclude the fire hydrants. I don't think that we have any issues with our system, and they've guaranteed us that that's the case. So I will leave it at that. Next slide, please. So I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, you talking about our Wildfire Ready Town Hall. It's February 27th from 5 to 8:30. It's at the Monterey Conference Center. We will be validating parking for people that attend. We're going to do a panel discussion, and on the panel discussion, there's going to be a lot of opportunity to answer our residents' questions. We're going to have insurance commissioners there. We're going to have Cal-Am Water there. We're going to have PG&E there. And then we're also going to have our vendor booths that are going to have everything from Fire Safe Council, SPCA, our offices, County Office of Emergency Management, CERT's going to be there. So we're going to have a lot of resources and to be answer a lot of questions. And we're taking questions currently. If you have a question, you could submit. You can go online and submit a question to Wildfire Ready Monterey, and we're going to ask those questions that are being submitted at the panel discussion. And I just want to remind everybody again, if your questions are not being answered or you need more information, call Monterey Fire Department, 646-3900, ask to speak to a fire prevention specialist, and we will answer your questions, or we will come out to your home and speak with you directly and help you in any way we can. So please take advantage of it if you need to. Next slide, please. The last thing I want to remind everybody is to make sure you're signed up for Alert Monterey. It's kind of a reverse 911 system. Once you're signed up for Alert Monterey, if there is any type of a disaster or an incident around your address, you will automatically be notified by cell phone, your home phone, text message, or email. And I think I hand you all just like a handout that has, yeah. And I put some more on the table over here, or you can go online as well and you can sign up online. But I'd highly recommend you do that, because during an emergency, when I tell you that first, 24 hours, the kind of chaos that ensues, firefighters are fighting fire, police officers are trying to evacuate, the way to talk to residents, where to go, what to do, Alert Monterey is a tremendous way to get information. You need to listen to your public safety officials. I know the police department's going to speak a little bit about evacuations. But remember, like in a wildland fire during evacuation, we can't tell you exactly where to go because we don't know where the fire is. We don't know what areas of town are going to be impacted. We don't know what roads might be blocked with emergency services vehicles. So it's really important that you sign up for Alert Monterey County, or you listen to the radio, or however you get your information. But you need to listen to your public safety officials. The last thing I want to say on evacuation is, you know what? If you smell smoke and you hear sirens and you're concerned, then just leave. Go to Monterey to the mall, get a cup of coffee and wait to see what's happening. You don't have to wait to leave until we tell you. I'm not saying you have to do that every time, but if you have concerns, you can just leave, then try to check with Alert Monterey or try to see what's happening. And then especially if you know that there's an incident that presents danger to you, just go. Don't wait for us to come get you. We will risk a life to save a life. We will do everything we can to save you and your property. But if you can take initiative, get your go bag and go. And we have all this information available to you through Monterey Fire Department or through our website, or the Monterey County Offices of Emergency Services websites as well. So, take care of yourselves, take care of your properties, work with us. This is a team effort. And if we all work together, I truly believe we can have the most successful outcomes. That would be the end of my presentation. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. That was very well done. Mr. Mogensen, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we have one more little piece of this presentation that we want to talk about. And I think that it dovetails with where Chief Miller just left off about evacuations. And because of some of the limited roadway networks that Acting Chief Anderson is going to talk about everything, it is a good idea. If you have any inclination, you should leave, just go ahead and do that. Get ahead of some of those issues. So.
Go ahead, Commander.
I think I'm good. I can control from here. Oh, okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. One, I want to thank Chief Miller for an excellent presentation. Personally, me being a wildfire victim back in 2020, I appreciate what the fire department here is willing to come out and do and speak to everybody here tonight and give you all the information that you have. So go ahead and move to the next slide. All right. Evacuations depend on numerous factors, such as the type of emergency call and the event's location. So it's very mobile, and it can change in a matter of minutes. Evacuations become necessary, it will, because there's an imminent threat to life. Law enforcement and fire department will work together under a unified command, and they will implement evacuations if necessary. Evacuation warnings mean a potential threat, and you should prepare to evacuate. Evacuation orders mean you should leave immediately and danger is imminent. Individuals will not be forcibly removed from their homes. However, please understand, regular public services will be suspended. Resources will be limited. So if you get an evacuation order, really it's us telling you, hey, this may be the last time that we may be able to have an in-person contact with you. Understand, everybody in public safety, the most paramount thing is life-saving efforts. Everybody there is committed to saving someone's life. Public safety, like I said, is solely committed to life-saving efforts under these conditions. Go ahead and go to the next slide. The type of notifications that can or will occur may be in person, loudspeakers, public address systems, and as mentioned by Chief Miller, Alert Monterey County. Also social media, Operation Emergency Services website, TV, radio, media, traffic message signs, or just your own observations. And as was mentioned, if you smell smoke or you feel that there's a danger in your neighborhood, then prepare to leave. Go ahead to the next slide. And just to emphasize the fact, you can sign up for Alert Monterey because that's the best way to get your information. Go ahead, next slide. Just to go over some maps here, Monterey County has identified operational regions, and Pacific Grove falls within the Peninsula region for evacuations. Next slide. So here are some routes. Like I said earlier, it all depends on the location where the event is occurring will be which direction you go in. We live in a beautiful small community, and part of that convenience is the fact that we'll be using service roads and access roads to evacuation routes. So here are some of the listed ones. As you can see, it's Lighthouse, Forest, all depending where the location is, 17-mile drive. The goal is you're trying to get to Highway 1 and Highway 68. Go ahead in the next slide. One option that there is, but it just requires, like I said, fire and police will be working together under a unified command. We also work with our neighboring agencies, one being Presidio of Monterey. And so that is one option to utilize their gate and be able to go through their property to be able to get to Highway 1. Go ahead, next slide. And so here are the evacuation routes. As you can see in the orange or yellow is your access to evacuation routes. And then you can see in red the evacuation routes. And so Plan 1 is Highway 1 northbound. Plan 2 is Highway 68 eastbound, Garden Road, Aguito Road, access to Highway 68. Plan 3 is Highway 1 southbound to Carmel Valley Road. And Plan 4 is Highway 1 southbound to Cambria Road. And once again, these are all dependent on the type and location of the event. But I can't emphasize enough that in these type of events, we all have the responsibility to ensure that we take care of each other and we take care of our neighbors. And so the biggest thing is download the Alert Monterey and be aware of the events that are going on and prepare and have a plan in place if you evacuate. Otherwise, next slide. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Anderson and Mr. Mogensen. Does that conclude the staff presentation?
Yes, it does, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this is a receive and file item, but I saw hands online. So if anyone wants to speak to this item, you may do so now. This is on the fire preparedness. And we're not yet at the GWP, George Washington Park item. Just keep that in mind. That will be coming up next. But at this point, I'll allow for council questions and comments online. And
Thank
whoever's going up.
Anthony Chiani?
Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. I do have a couple of questions. One is, I haven't heard anything about undergrounding the power utilities that are in or around Washington Park as a means of reducing the threats to fire. Also, I heard something about the water hydrants and everything being under CAL FIRE. The city of Pacific Grove has its, I think it's called it's not water treatment facility, but it has a water facility down at Point Pinos. And I think it stores a lot of water down there. Are there any avenues to use that water for firefighting, the Selmar area or George Washington Park? And let's see, underground utilities. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Gibbs.
Thank you. This is Mike Gibbs. I have two quick questions, and I apologize if they were answered and I didn't hear. And they're both related to the fire hydrants. We walked the park and counted the fire hydrants. And I understand that Cal-Am is responsible. Are the hydrants tested regularly? And I apologize if that's been answered. And if they are, when was the last time the fire hydrants around the perimeter of George Washington Park were tested? Where we used to live, the water service came out, but the fire department actually opened the hydrants up. And I'm just curious if those hydrants ringing Washington Park have been tested. And the other thing I noticed is that some of the hydrants seem to be different colors. It could be that the paint is faded, but I did hear that there is some kind of a color code system based on the pressure of that particular hydrant. So those are my two questions. Have they been tested recently? And do we know the pressure in each one of the hydrants? Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Chiani.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Chief Miller and Acting Police Chief Anderson for their presentations. It's good to know what are considered the evacuation routes, and particularly Chief Miller's very thorough explanations. And so I appreciate tremendously the work our firefighters do. It's really kind of unimaginable what you guys do. But I especially appreciated Chief Miller's explanation of the fire situation for Pacific Palisades and the East Eaton fire. Being familiar with that area, I know there's no direct correlation to here, except that wood burns. But yes, the narrow winding roads through hills and the Santa Ana winds can be so strong there anyway, and then hurricane force and all the other the water issues and everything else. So I think when people start describing a fire ripping through the full length of George Washington Park, I just hope they're comforted by your descriptions, Chief Miller. And I'm very appreciative of the increased level of the inspections now. I mean, I live 2.5 blocks from George Washington Park in a wood shingle house. Never lived in a wood house before. And so it's, you know, I'm certainly aware of the fire concerns. But at the same time, and oh yeah, and our homeowners insurance, they just were going to cancel it because of flying over with drones and seeing trees over the house. But our agent just advised us how to get the trees trimmed. And we're so grateful for that. So I hope the people that right adjoining Washington Park are doing that, because we drove down Melrose, oh my goodness, a few weeks ago, and we can't figure out how they have insurance. I mean, it's wonderful if you weren't if you weren't aware of fire issues. But anyway, just to thank you for that excellent presentation. I certainly did not hit on everything that you covered. That was such good information to have. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Adam Pinteritz. I'm the Government and Community Affairs Director for the Monterey County Association of Realtors. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And I just wanted to express my appreciation for the fire chief and his entire team and all of the great work they do to help keep our communities safer. As we've all seen so recently, these fires can be devastating. And even though we're not affected directly by the fires that were in Pacific Palisades or the Moss Landing fire, we are affected in the sense that this will impact insurance rates. And those have already been going up, and insurance is becoming not only one of the number one problems as a barrier to new home ownership, but as a problem for existing homeowners being priced out of their own homes because they can't afford the rising cost of insurance. So anything we can do to mitigate the risk can in turn hopefully mitigate insurance costs. And I especially would appreciate if the city at some point in the future consider looking at your local tree policy and where that might not be entirely in line with state regulations, right? This is about responsible tree management, certainly not about removing the trees that make our community so beautiful, but we can protect those trees by better managing our urban forests. And so I hope you make that a future priority, because Monterey is doing the same thing, but the reality is that fires don't care about city lines. So we're only as safe as our most vulnerable neighbors. And so I hope that, like the city of Monterey, the city of Pacific Grove will examine this issue and help all of our communities be safer and continue to enjoy the beauty of our natural area. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. No further hands online, Mayor.
Come on, we'll have the speaker and perhaps a gentleman walking up.
Park area. And we're the highest risk apparently in the city. And I live on the section of Buena Vista, and I counted about 35 homes that we have there. And from what I can tell, we don't have a single fire hydrant on Buena Vista. We do have, I believe, 3 on the next street over. I don't profess to understand how water is routed. But I did call the city once to make sure that they were being tested and was reassured that they are. So I'm good on that. We recently cut down 2 70-foot trees to help mitigate a fire hazard. But I just want to know if 3 fire hydrants for 35 homes is adequate pressure on a wildfire.
Thank you, sir. We'll ask the question. We'll ask the question of staff for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want, just for the record, that's what I counted, 35 homes and 3 fire hydrants. I could have missed a home or a fire hydrant.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Richard Paquette. We've had our second home here in PG for 33 years. And we are on the park. We're on Melrose. So our home in Southern California is on a going up a hill from about 400 foot elevation to 1,200, and it's surrounded on 3 sides by steep cliffs. And back in 2008, the fire headed in our direction, and we had 186 houses in the neighborhood, and 9 of the 22 on our street burned to the ground. By the time we left, embers were flying sideways. The fires make their own wind, and it's really high wind, but everything was on fire around us. So there needs to be a lot of planning in advance, what ifs, what we found out afterwards, that all of the hydrants that had been checked, supposedly checked, none of them been checked for at least 3 years. And almost none of them worked in the neighborhood. And after the fires, they actually came and pulled the entire hydrant, everything out of the ground, and replaced it with new equipment. So it's not acceptable to say it's somebody else's problem. It's the water district's problem. It's the community's problem, and it's the fire department's problem. If they don't get water, if those hydrants aren't working, it's not an excuse that somebody else should have done. That's what they did. That's kind of the excuse that you've got over there in Southern California. We had the fires come back through about 3 years ago. Well, in the first set of fires, I never saw a fire truck. I mean, we got like 600 people in the neighborhood. I never saw a fire truck. On the news, on a TV, we did see a fire truck further up the hill, but I never saw a fire truck. As we were evacuating, the police department, there's one access in and out. The police department was stopping everybody right next to a hill that was on fire, so that people coming up another street could turn in front of them rather than sending back where they came from. So there wasn't any thought given to that at all. We changed police departments right after that. About 3 years ago, we had the same situation, and the hills all around us that were on fire. We had probably almost 20 fire trucks stationed as this started, and not one home caught on fire. Nothing. It's almost like it didn't happen. You look back and you had the same exact circumstances. And in one case, they had learned and they were prepared, and they did an excellent job. So one other thing is that, spend a lot of time in GW Park, living across the street from it, and it's wet. And so what we found in Southern California was that certain things burn and certain don't. And we have a lot of these like paper white eucalyptus, they don't burn. You put a fire right on them, they don't burn. The palm trees and those kind of things, anything where when the fire starts on a tree, if it can go airborne, that's what sends the fire in the neighborhood, because you'll see these embers. We had embers that were,
You're 3 minutes. I apologize.
one second. We had embers that were like 3 by 6 inches in our backyard.
Okay.
So-
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Any further comment in the chambers?
I'm just wondering if somebody can refresh my memory. It seems to me like last fall you mentioned that as part of this defensible space cleaning, that the city or someone will supply extra dumpsters or come take away things. So I'm wondering if that was part of this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and see if we can answer what I have down listed as questions, if we can answer them now, and if we can't, we'll brief the city manager and bring that back at another date. But what I have is a lot of hydrant questions. One of them was, have they been tested? The pressure on the hydrants, the sufficiency of 3 hydrants for 35 homes, and something about undergrounding, although I'm not exactly sure that's something that can be answered by fire personnel. And then the defensible space question. So if anyone can answer those, please. I'm gonna, let me just ask, would you like to make another? Okay, come on up.
Hi, I'm Margaret Henderson. I live at Forest Grove. HOA, we are the Firewise community that recently got recognized. One of the things we learned is that the fire hydrants within our HOA are actually privately owned. They are not serviced by Cal-Am. And so there may be other communities in the area that have, so we are responsible for getting those serviced and checked and tested each year. So I just wanted to put that out there that Cal-Am has made it very clear they don't test our hydrants.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can
Chief.
speak to a couple of the hydrant questions.
Okay, thanks.
And that's correct. Private hydrants are not Cal-Am's responsibility. Only public hydrants are Cal-Am's responsibility. On the question, are the hydrants being tested? I think I mentioned during my presentation, National Fire Protection Association recommendation is 20% of hydrants each year for a 5-year cycle, where 100% of hydrants will be tested. And Cal-Am has assured me that they are doing that. Now, I don't have Cal-Am's records here to tell you exactly where the hydrants and what cycle, but I can certainly, if a homeowner wants to follow up with our fire prevention division, they can call our department 646-3900 and talk to one of our fire prevention specialists. And we can either contact Cal-Am about that particular area, or maybe, you know, look at what records might be available so we could answer those questions, because we can't answer right now tonight every single hydrant and which ones have been tested in the last 5 years and which ones haven't. But they assured me that they are doing it. The other thing I think I heard was, is 3 hydrants enough for that area? It should be, because the way hydrants work is they're supposed to be between like 500 feet or 1,000 feet apart. On each fire engine, first of all, on a fire engine, we carry 500 gallons of water that we could attack a fire with just our tank water before we even look at using a hydrant. The next thing we do is we have 1,000 feet of 5-inch hose that we can drop a line and drop 5-inch hose for 1,000 feet, which basically creates an above ground water main. So there should be no problem if you don't have a hydrant in front of your house, or there's only one at each end of the block. We should be able to hit a hydrant and lay into the area that is requiring the water. Another thing, in a wildland fire, I think people don't really understand, is we don't hook up to hydrants like we do with structure fires, because we have to be on the move and going. What happened in Southern California was firefighters were using the hydrants, but they were just trying to refill their tanks, right? So when we're here in the city, if we're doing a structure fire, we're going to use hydrant water if we need more water. In a wildland fire, we're not, because once you're hooked up to a hydrant, you're pretty stationary. You know, you can't be in a dynamic situation. So we're going to be like hitting and running, then going and filling our tanks. And we're going to bring in water tenders. You know, water tenders can bring up to like 5,000 gallons. We have those through our Auto Aid partners, and we have those through CAL FIRE as well. And even Cal-Am told me in an incident where we needed more water, they have water tenders on contract during fire heightened, like red flag days and such, that they can bring out and use if needed. So I think that might answer the question.
Yeah, and I would just recommend that if your question's not answered tonight, to either come to the presentation on the 27th or contact the fire prevention officer, as has been indicated, and get your exact specific question answered, because I'm sure there could be hundreds of questions about these types of things, and it's a really important issue. One other question that I was something about hauling away dumpsters to haul away trimmed vegetation. Is that something that we know about, whether that's been done?
Mr. Mayor, that'll be one we can look into and get back to. I'm not familiar with that program.
Yeah, and I'm not either. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. And any council questions relating to this? Yes. Councilmember Garfield, go ahead.
Thank you. I was curious about, you were very specific about how you are very helpful with people and how they can protect their house and how they can protect their neighborhood. But I read someplace a phrase of, a neighborhood is only as safe as every house.
Yeah.
And so when do you switch from advising and coaching and helping to some sort of enforcement if you have a house that's endangering a neighborhood?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So we'll do our first inspection, and then we come back and do a reinspection. We'll do our second inspection, and then we come back and do a reinspection. And on the third time out, if the work hasn't been completed, then we'll move forward with code enforcement to get the work done. So we will end up there. We just don't start there. Yeah.
Anyone else? Councilmember Paneri.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate you guys coming in here, providing the presentation. I had a more separate topic, somewhat related, but the Moss Landing fire is indicative of like batteries and the danger that they pose. So with the advent of electric cars and whatnot, are there steps being taken within these plans or in the future to address or prevent fires emanating from lithium-ion batteries, etc.?
That question has come up a lot recently based on the Moss Landing fires. And I will say from the Moss Landing fire standpoint, yes, the fire that was actually burning was like a first generation technology. And it did overrun the fire suppression systems. Right next door, they have a Tesla battery farm there, and they have the next generation of technology where they separate all the cells. So one block goes, hopefully it extinguishes and doesn't keep spreading and spreading. Because what happens, you have thermal runaway, right? So once one battery starts, then another, then another, then another. Now that's on the largest scale. As far as electric cars are extremely safe. We go on way more internal combustion engine gasoline cars than we do on electric cars. I don't know what the stats are, but if you took 100,000 electric cars and 100,000 gasoline vehicles, you're going to see much more fire experience in the gasoline vehicles. Gasoline is very flammable, right? You get an accident, it spills, it catches on fire. Electric car batteries, they do catch on fire, but it's rare. Just because they're in an accident doesn't mean the battery's going to explode. So I think they're very safe. Power walls in homes, batteries in homes. I have batteries in my house, and I have solar panels in my house, and I have an electric car. And I think they're extremely safe. I would like to say, just for public information, if there's an electric car that's on fire and you see the fire department pulling up and you see us kind of standing there looking at, standing with all our gear ready to go, but we're not putting water on it, because the strategy currently is just to let it burn out. We let it burn out. And the reason we do that is because if we keep cooling it, first of all, it takes, tens of thousands of gallons of water. And you don't really ever extinguish it until the thermal run is complete. So then that car goes onto a tow truck, and then it catches fire when it's en route to the yard. Then it ends up in the yard. And then 2 a.m, it calls, hey, there's a car fire that's catching other car fires in the yard. So we just need to let them burn out. And that's the strategy. Those batteries are in your cell phones, they're in your laptops. The biggest problem, I think, with electric batteries is electric bikes. Not that they're dangerous, but a lot of people don't have the right extension cord. You should always use the manufacturer's recommended extension cord. And some of the bikes that we're getting, people are buying them online, and they're getting directly from, I don't know, a lot of these are from other countries that maybe don't meet our UL standards that we have here. But they're safe too, but just make sure you're not plugging them inside. I would keep them outside if possible. They're not dangerous. I don't want to make anybody scared, but we've seen more issues with electric bikes and people not using the right power cords, or they don't have the right, circuits to do the charging or the overcharging. But the cars and everything else are completely safe. The bikes are safe too, as long as you're following manufacturer recommendations. And if you get like electric car fire inside a house, in a garage, well, we're gonna actually cool it. Then the minute we can, we're gonna yank that car out and pull it outside and let it burn. Because if we just keep cooling it, it's gonna keep igniting the house into, inside the garage. So it's all new, it's new technology, but this is the current tactics for managing electric fires. And we're constantly getting trained and learning about new tactics and new strategies, and technology is getting better all the time as well. But I wouldn't fear lithium ion batteries.
Oh, very good. Very good. Thank you. Just a side question, and just as a public service announcement too. One of the concerns from the Moss Landing fire is really around the air quality, and if the air is going to affect like residents in the area. Is that something that is a cause of concern with an electric car on fire too?
Yes, it is. So, I mean, if we have a car and there's no wind, it's just going straight up in the air, we're not going to worry about it too much. But if that smoke is being pushed towards where people are, we'll evacuate that area. So the smoke, like if we have a wind that's blowing towards a house or a business or something like that, we don't want people breathing that smoke if you can help it. If you're around an area where there's that type of a fire, just stay clear of the area and let the firefighters do their work. Because it is toxic smoke, and you don't want to be breathing.
Right. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We go to Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. On a related note, which I wasn't originally going to ask, I've seen where they have the covers that can cover the car fires. Is that something that would be worth investing? And partly I ask because we have budget stuff coming up, and it would serve all of our local communities.
That is one product that's on the market, and from my research into it, it doesn't put the fire out. So you're still gonna have to deal with the fire. It's really best just to kind of let them burn out. That's the current tactic to do that. And even with that, if you put the cover on it, the smoke's it's just gonna be coming out underneath and exiting. So you can't. It's not like a regular fire, right? Where you can remove the fuel, you can smother it, or you can cool it, because those batteries are gonna keep burning until they're burned out. They're burning from the inside out, so you can't really extinguish them.
Okay, Great, thanks for that. And then there were a couple of other questions that were asked that I was partly interested in too. One of them was, so there's been talk about the possibility of undergrounding the wires. Is that something that you see as being beneficial in our community for us to start planning for, or to request PG&E to look into more quickly?
Well, as a fire chief, I'd say yes. Underground is much safer than above ground because fires are started by, power lines. But these are all policy issues. It's extremely expensive to do the undergrounding. If I was building a community from the ground up and like new subdivisions and things are going, they all are being undergrounded. I would say absolutely. That's one thing you could do. You could build all your homes to be hardened. You can do lots of things in building a community from the ground up. But, we're in a community where it's been around for over 100 years. And even in our retreat areas, you think, well, that's not a wildland threat, but there's threats down there. Those buildings are really close to each other. They're all made out of wood. There's all kinds of threats out there that we have to manage. And this community is unique. And, that's why we want to have a fully staffed fire department with excellent response times and robust, support to come behind it. Because it's the same theory of a fire in the retreat area or a wildland fire. We want to get there quickly, hit it fast, hit it hard, contain it, and then have the rest of the resources in case it gets away. So yes, the answer is yes, but I don't know how you fund that.
And I guess the follow-up question to that specific one is, would it be wise to look at specific like maybe we obviously couldn't underground the whole city in any reasonable time frame. Are there targeted areas where it would be worth making those recommendations where we could get the most benefit by doing something like that that protects the entire community? Because if so, is that something we should plan for?
Well, I don't know if that's a question for me, because like I said, once again, I would say yes. High fire severity zones, very high fire severity zones, put the lines underground. The whole nation's infrastructure, is dealing with that question right now. So I'd have to defer that maybe to Matt.
That is a large question. As you mentioned, it's a very expensive process. I will say that we've been in contact with PG&E representatives, and they do have a large project. When I say large, I mean more than half the state where they're looking at underground power lines, and they have what they consider to be their priorities of the way they're moving through it. We've communicated to them not only from a fire severity issue, but also from a power sustainability issue, that it's a concern for us the way power goes through the trees into our city. And we would like to see, them focus on those projects, especially the one like is mentioned that comes from Del Monte Forest area. However, they're a very, very large company, and they have, like I said, their projects and their timeline, and we can continue to advocate for it. But that's, is probably, if I believe that I've heard that and other areas where they've done undergrounding, it's the community who is perhaps funding it. But I believe I forget the figure, but it's pretty astronomical, the amount of money that it costs. And depending on the lines, it's more expensive, it's less feasible or more infeasible. So the long answer to this is it's something definitely to look at and continue to advocate for. But that's about as far as we can commit to tonight, I think.
Yeah, and that's much appreciated that we are advocating for that. And the original question I had was, so one thing I was going to propose on the next item, but it actually fits well here, is the idea of us putting information on our website that guides our residents and how to best harden homes. So my real question to you is, what information is available on the site? And the things I was thinking of specifically were hardening, and I'm guessing that's there.
Yeah.
Potential sources for grants that maybe residents could get to help them harden their homes, and any information from insurance agencies. You mentioned that they would be at the meeting next week, but do we have any information available for them to search on the website?
We don't have any information on the insurance companies. Obviously it's a big issue. There's, thousands of people getting their insurances canceled. I live in an area where my insurance, I look at it closely because it could be canceled. I don't really have information for grants either. I'm not saying they're not out there, and it's not a viable question. And maybe that's something I could talk to our fire prevention staff to look at to see if there's any guidance for. I know some cities are helping people fund, especially for people who are socioeconomically, not able to do the work, or for whatever reason. I know some cities are providing grants for home hardening, and that's like per city in some counties. But I don't know of any necessarily grants I could point people to. I mean, we're looking at grants. We're applying for grants as part of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan on the bigger picture. So I would just say, I'll look into it. But I don't really know of any that I can point to right now that we put on our website. And all that other information, all this type of stuff that you saw in that folder is on our website, and you can be directed and just go to the Monterey Fire website. And if you don't see it on there, let us know and we'll answer your question.
Okay, great. So I'm thinking we could even on our website, maybe point people to that as the great resource rather than recreating that. And then if we get additional resources not provided there, we could.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. I think we need to move on to the next item. So I'm going to go ahead and, you would like to ask a question? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Amelia?
I know we got to get going because we got a few more items to go, but for the 118th time, I'll ask you about fire hydrants.
Okay.
Okay. And the gentleman that spoke from Del Monte Park, I live in Del Monte Park, and now I'm going to count the fire hydrants on my blocks. But you mentioned Cal-Am checks them every 5 years to see if
Cycle 20% a year for 5 years.
20% a year to make sure they're all
Yeah.
going, especially around George Washington Park. That's 20% of
Should be every hydrant in the city of Pacific Grove.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you so much. That very good item. Thank you very much. It was a receive and file, so we've definitely done that. And at this point, I'm gonna have a break, and we'll come back at 8:30 to take on the George Washington Park item.
Recording stopped.
I'm gonna shut people up. I'm gonna smack it. Let's do this.
Recording in progress.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. It's about 8:30 and we are going to tackle item 12B, George Washington Park. It's a multifaceted item, biological assessment, updated GWP management plan and direction. At this time, though, before we get to the staff presentation, I'm going to read the errata sheet because it's relevant. On this item, the staff recommendations are not as listed in the amended agenda. They're as listed in the errata. Recommendation number 1 is to receive the George Washington Park Biological Resources Report. And recommendation number 2 is to direct staff to return first to the BNRC, that's added language, with an updated long-term GWP management plan, and then return to City Council. That language was inserted by staff yesterday in the errata. And number 3, which was direct staff to proceed with short-term fuel reduction tasks in the park in accordance with the 99 and 24 plans, has been excised in the errata. So that is what the recommendation is. So at this time, I will recognize Mr. Go, our Public Works Director, to present item 12B.
Thank you, Mayor Smith, members of the City Council. I'm happy to be here tonight to present the George Washington Park Biological Assessment, the management plan and maintenance. I also want to introduce our city arborist, Al Weisfis. He's here for any technical questions that come up, just if it revolves around the forest, the trees associated with George Washington Park, and or any history dating back to 10 plus years. Okay, so as you noted, Mayor Smith, the recommendation has changed, but tonight we're looking to receive some direction. First, we'd like the City Council to receive the George Washington Park Biological Resources Report. And then number 2, direct staff to return first to the BNRC with an updated long-term George Washington Park Management Plan, and then ultimately return to the City Council. And recommendation number 3 has changed, and we'll be requesting you to give us authorization to do a detailed plan for fuel reduction activities and then bring that back to the City Council at a future council meeting. So the park's broken up into 4 zones. You have zone 1, which is the recreation zone, right? You got the ball field, you got the bathrooms, you got the playgrounds. And then you've got zones 2 through 4. And you can see the map there on the right, which are the natural zones. These are the areas that we're going to be discussing this evening, these natural zones. We periodically go in and we do maintenance on the recreation zones, right? We've got a lot of kids running around their baseballs, so on and so forth. We're in there every day, monitoring the bathrooms, cleaning them, doing that type of thing. We're observing that zone 1 on a daily basis. And don't get me wrong, we go through zones 2 through 4 often, but not giving it the level of attention, the janitorial attention, the maintenance attention with the ball fields and stuff that zone 1 gets. So we're going to concentrate tonight on zones 2 through 4. Okay, so a little bit of background. In 1925, the city purchased George Washington Park for a whopping $10. I bet we could double that today. In 1948, George Washington Park was designated for recreation use. The 20-acre park is home to the largest Monterey pine forest in the city. Now that's 20 acres of total park. So that's zone 1 through 4. Zones 1 is about 3 acres and zones 2 through 4 is approximately 17 acres. The park provides diverse habitat for plant and animal species, and it also promotes recreational activities such as baseball, softball playgrounds, running, and walking trails. We have had numerous management plans. We have the 1999 George Washington Park Master Plan, And then we had the draft 2022 George Washington Forest Management Plan. Tonight, we're presenting the 2024 Biological Resources Report. And as you just heard from the fire chief, the 2024 Community Wildlife Protection Plan. Now, I know his presentation encompassed a wider berth of topics, but this was what he kind of based it upon. So just a little brief history on it all. The 1999 George Washington Park Master Plan provides general guidance and goals. Basically, how do we preserve and enhance the park's natural character, protect the park's resources, improve visual quality and the appearance, and promote accessibility. But what this 1999 plan lacks is specific implementation tactics. But this is really the most recent adopted plan that we have that can guide current activities throughout the park. Then we had the 2022 George Washington Park Forest Management Plan, which provided a 5-year strategy to reduce and fire risk and restore forest health, which focused on 3 objectives: wildfire risk reduction, forest health improvement, and park safety enhancements. The plan was presented in 2022 to the BNRC, but it wasn't recommended for approval. Then we revised and incorporated the BNRC concerns and presented that in September of 2023 to the City Council. But ultimately, it was also not approved at the City Council level. And they directed, the City Council at that time directed us to develop this multi-season biological assessment. That's where we're at today. So the biological resources report was done throughout a whole year. Basically, we commenced it in January of 2024, and we just finalized it up in December of 2024. So it encompassed all 4 seasons of the parks and all 4 zones of the park. It summarized the surveys, methods, findings, the impact assessments, and avoidances for the floral and fauna. The assessment did not reveal any major surprises. It did find one species of special concern, the red-winged bat, and it noted that. I might have misspoke on the name of the bat, but it was, I believe, the red-winged bat. What the biological assessment does is it provides vital information that can serve as the backbone for the development of an updated George Washington Park plan and a new management plan, but also any relative environmental assessments that will need to be associated with that plan. So now we know what we have in the park, how to avoid or mitigate that floral and fauna that we've now captured and noted in the biological resources report. Then we had the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which was developed by Monterey Fire with the cities of Monterey, Carmel, and Pacific Grove. Now, this plan covers the entire city, but also includes George Washington Park. It serves as fire protection planning document, outlines action plans to mitigate wildfire threats. It provides fuel reduction, vegetation management, and defensible space recommendations, but it's not a comprehensive plan to address the overall forest health of George Washington Park. So the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, along with the other documents, will inform and be vital inputs to a comprehensive management plan. So we have these 4 documents. We envision incorporating all 4 documents to come up with one true management plan. So what are the next steps? Identify locations with large accumulations of downed and dead woods and debris within the interior of the park. What we propose to do is fence off or identify boundaries by some means and prepare a detailed project description for these areas of this large downed deadwood. We would then present those locations and a detailed project description to the City Council. Following that council meeting, host a public walkthrough. We'll select a day that we advertise that walkthrough at the city council meeting when we present this detailed description. And then any member of the public that wants to see exactly what we're doing can come with Public Works. So what will that detailed project description include? It will include the what. What work needs to be done? It will include the where, locations with maps, pictures. When's the appropriate time to do the work? Right now, we're in Monarch overwintering season. That doesn't include until the end of April. So we can't, in theory, go in there and do any work in the park unless it's an emergency right now. We have to wait till the end of April. Also, we're in the middle of bird nesting season. Bird nesting season is from February to mid-September. So in order for us to do any work, we need to go in and do bird surveys. We'll have a biologist come in and help us identify if there's nesting birds within these areas that we want to do this work. Why do we need to do the work? So identify the reasons behind these locations, and then how. What's the best technique to go in and perform this work on these locations that we've identified? That's what we'll be bringing to the city council at a very near future meeting. This detailed description with the what, where, when, why, and how. So here's the potential locations that we've identified. So location number 1 is very close to the ball field. I'm going to zip right through these because I have some pictures. Location 2 is off the main trail, but closer to the edge of zone 2 and 3. And then there's a location on zone 3, closer to Pine Avenue, and another location on zone 3 that's closer to the Melrose side off of one of the, not main trails, but kind of the parallel trail to the main. And then we've got one area up in zone 4. Zone 4 is not nearly as bad as zone 2s and 3 in our opinion. So here's a potential location. You've got this area with significant poison oak and wood that's within this poison oak. I showed this area because maybe it's not an accumulation of a lot of debris, but it's got all this poison oak. We need to figure out how we want to go in there and tackle this. Then we got this area right here, location number 2. Main trail, lots of wood, down trees, stacked up. Then we've got this as the location 3, and you can see the pin kind of is pinpointing where it is on the map. Multiple trees that have fallen. They're at the edge of the trail. I've got trees still up in living trees, fallen trees and living trees. And then this is on that secondary trail. I've still got dead trees that are leaning up against live trees. And we've got an accumulation of wood on the ground. And then this is in zone 4. So before I get to the end of my presentation, which after the slide is, I want to take these areas and I'll just go back through them, and I want to fence them off or flag them or rope them somehow. I'm highly allergic to poison oak, so I've got to make sure that I don't tread through poison oak, and I will not send my staff in there to tread through poison oak. So it's probably Al and I that are going to go in there and tread through poison oak. With that said, we're going to coordinate it off. I want to create the where. When we coordinate it off, then we can create the how we're going to do it, the when, all of those things, and we'll bring it back to the city council with the complete project description, and we'll go from there. Okay, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and go out to take it out to the public. Actually, let me get a show of hands in the room and online. How many folks wish to comment? We're gonna take a list of the online callers so we can assess the time because we're getting close to the end here. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in chambers, and how many online?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 callers online.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and limit it to 2 minutes. And I'll take in chambers first.
Well, good evening. My name is Christine Walkingstick. I'm the chair of the BNRC, as well as a Pacific Grove resident.
2 minutes, Senator, sorry.
Thank you.
We start over.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Christine Walkingstick. I am the chair of the BNRC, as well as a Pacific Grove resident and a neighbor of George Washington Park. I want to talk about last night's BNRC meeting. It was last night. We made some motions. This is not formal because we haven't gone through this moving target of forms, but I want to talk to you about it. Number one, we made the one motion we made was the BNRC approves of the Denise Duffy and Associates George Washington Park biological assessment to be used as the basis for updating the 1999 master plan. Number two was the BNRC recommends City Council receive the GWP conceptual perimeter layer map, to which we would like to formally request placement on a near future agenda for presentation of the map and the plan. So to give a brief summary, the GWP concept perimeter layer map plan works from outside in layers starting at the perimeter with a DG fire break rec trail, moving into a natural landscaping layer, following all Monterey Fire defensive space requirements. The final layer is the interior of the park as a wildland zone to be looked at like a preserve. And within that layer three, the interior wildland hand crews and expert oversight would carefully maintain trails, and emergency maintenance could and should be done when and where necessary. This concept is in alignment with the most recent biological assessment, the Community Fire Protection Plan, and honors the intent of the George Washington Park 1999 Master Plan. It also addresses passive recreation, educational options, curb appeal and beautification, environmental sensitive spaces and species, and fire fuel and defensive spaces requirements. So thank you for these considerations. I appreciate your time and everything you do for Pacific Grove. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Gorman. I am Vice Chair of the BNRC, for those who may not already know me, but tonight I'm speaking as a resident. So I would like to congratulate City Council for making great strides with your environmental stewardship goals and actions, especially with regard to this commitment to the city tree canopy by reestablishing the urban forester position, as you did tonight, to effectively manage and improve the health of our urban canopy, which we know can help mitigate climate change since trees capture and store carbon dioxide. The council's goals to review, update, and implement the George Washington Park 1999 Master Plan is also critical. And in 2023, GWP stakeholders met to discuss the shared vision and approach forward. And the group did reach consensus on the following approach, which was to complete the multi-seasonal biological that we had presented here tonight for all zones of the park. And that once completed, it would be factored in and used as the basis for updating the George Washington Park 1999 plan, the plan that was actually compiled by the former city forester when we had one previously, and the Natural Resources Committee, a plan that took years of studies, review, public hearings, and discussions before being adopted. I know this process is also to consider the Community Wildlife Protection Plan, which is solid, and other relevant data sources, but I don't recommend or feel that the City Council should be considering the 22 DUDEC plan as one of the components. Reason is it was rejected by the BNRC, by large masses of the community and local experts, and the council did not move forward with it. The reason it was rejected was it excluded 4 acres of the forest. It didn't provide a biological that actually addressed the significance of the park, and the potential treatments listed were just a list of potential methods, most of which we had significant concerns. DUDEC has a one-size-fits-all approach. In fact, DUDEC also prepared the Community Wildfire Protection Plan that I know is in place. So if we want to reference the same list that was in that 22 plan, you can actually find a lot of those recommendations there, although we need to be cautious in the ones that are selected. Fire prevention being another top priority, of course. I think there are some immediate actions that could be taken, such as no smoking signs. There's already a city ordinance removing the barbecue pit that's located centrally. Grills aren't permitted in Rip Van Winkle either.
Sorry, we're at the time. I apologize.
Thank you very much for your time and your service.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Kevin Hanley, Pacific Grove resident. I do favor the staff recommendation for them to bring a detailed fuel reduction plan back to you on what to do in the interior of George Washington Park. The fire chief mentioned that the Pacific Palisades fire was an historic event. Unfortunately, every year in California, we have an historic catastrophic fire, starting with the Camp Fire in Paradise and Napa and Sonoma. So I think the risk is lower here because of the weather conditions in George Washington Park. However, we can experience a string of warm days. We have often over 50-mile-per-hour winds here in Pacific Grove. And if there is an ignition in the park, it can create a major fire because the park is a tinderbox. And if the conditions are such, what happens in George Washington Park doesn't necessarily stay in George Washington Park because of the wooden homes all around the neighborhood. I'm an avid walker in this beautiful town, and based on my 15 years on a fire safe council, when I look at the homes, I see leaves and brush all over the place. Our residents do not have a conception that a fire can happen here. So I'm worried that a fire in maybe freakish conditions, but it could occur in George Washington. The embers fly into our neighborhoods and the homes just start lighting off and they explode. And the fire service, very capable, but they're not going to be able to stop it until the winds die down. Thank you.
Richard Paquette. Yeah, my first visit to the parks here in PG was 44 years ago, and we bought our house across from GW 33 years ago. I hiked 3.2 million steps last year, and a lot of it in our parks. And I haven't seen the parks in this good a condition in all those years. I think they're great. We had so much disaster 2 years ago with the weather and the trees down. And the PG parks got cleaned up faster than anything, faster than Rip Van Winkle even in that. And I just think that we're doing a tremendous job and a lot of oversight. One thing I'd like to see if we had volunteers that were docents through the parks. We used to have that in GW. We'd see them over there and we'd take the grandkids and take along with them. But it would be nice to see some volunteer docents there. But I think the parks are in the best shape that I've ever seen them. A lot of new trees planted, a lot of regrowth happening.
Council, Mr. Mayor, my name is Craig Gerardo. I am a new member to the BRNC. Thank you. So I'm speaking to you today as a private citizen of Pacific Grove. I just had three points or questions to make. One, thank you, Chief Miller, for your presentation earlier. I just wanted to let the council know that according to information that I picked up from the Los Angeles Times, there will be new CAL FIRE maps issued for the state. I believe our area in Pacific Grove will be included in the reissuing on or around March 10th. So again, CAL FIRE maps will be reissued. They should be including new data and new methods of calculating risk assessment. So it's something for us to consider when we look at the existing maps and how those may change. Secondly, was just interested in understanding if we look at the high risk area currently defined as George Washington Park, If there were mitigation efforts through the efforts that Mr. Go addressed tonight or through a more comprehensive plan, does the high-risk area ever turn to a moderate risk area? There's a lot of public commentary around too much cutting, not enough cutting. They would like to see certain abatement activities that are favored, some of which are not favored. What I'm trying to understand, maybe in a more database, is are there abatement activities that we can take to reduce the overall fire risk and change the CAL FIRE assessment? I think, as we also heard from a member of the real estate community, if there was a reduction in high risk to moderate risk, as an example, does that change the math for the real estate community in terms of ability for homeowners to obtain real estate insurance? That would be a game changer. And then finally, I think in assisting Mr. Go and others in putting a plan together, assuming that that is the forward motion, just getting to the question of what does right look like?
Sorry, you're out of time, but
thank you.
We got the question in for you. So are there any other folks in chambers that wish to speak? If so, come up to the front, please.
I'm 5.2. Mary Goblersh, and I'm a resident of PG and across from George Washington Park. And I want to thank the council and the city staff for addressing the park. I think it's been overlooked and put down on the agenda items further down on the line for a number of years. And I think Mr. Go's presentation of starting or referencing 1999 happened to be when I moved in to my house. There have been a number of plans, and I'm encouraging the council and staff to put some money into your budget. And I think budget planning is probably going to start pretty soon for action. And I hope the city doesn't wait for the whole action plan to be developed. I think that there are some intermittent steps that could be taken. And I think the community would be very pleased to see some action taken beyond the plans that are all very impressive in what they're identifying. So I'm just encouraging the work and focus on the budget for action. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and go to the callers.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce Peterson, please.
Hi, my name is Barrett Peterson. I'm a recent relocator to this area. We live in the Retreat neighborhood. My question is for Chief Miller, and that, upon hearing what you want to do for George Washington Park, I'm curious if there's been any thought to taking a look at Greenwood Park, although it's much smaller. There are some massive eucalyptus trees that are right along both the street and right next to a great number of wooden houses. So I'd be curious at some point to know what are the plans for the trees and what would be done to mitigate wildfire risk in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Chiani. Lisa Chiani.
There, I just got the unmute button. Thank you. Thank you, Council, for funding the Denise Duffy Biological Resources Report, which is much more in depth than the Dudek report. One comment of mine before I tell you about Audubon's comments. The plan typically talks about protecting endangered species. That's what they do. But We need to protect the other local species in the park by protecting their habitat so they do not become endangered too. This means delaying clearing where there's an identified deer nursery. That's not a big deal, but they didn't do that previously. And retaining acorn woodpecker granary trees and more. Now, I hope you read Monterey Audubon's letter. Amanda Priest was able to speak at BNRC last night, but neither Amanda nor Shannon, the executive director, were able to speak. So I'm just going to speak briefly about their points. They recognize the importance of responsible fire hazard reduction, but they do want to emphasize particularly not using heavy machinery. They want use of hand crews for vegetation management for the health of the park, retention of woody shrub habitat, not just blanket removal. Shrubs are supposed to be spaced out appropriately, not eliminated entirely. They just want to emphasize this. Vertical clearance should be maintained, but vegetation under tree canopies does not need to be entirely cleared, and selective thinning is preferable to large-scale removal, preserving biodiversity while still reducing fire risk. Retention, they talk about retention of the granary trees, the woodpecker granary trees, timing of hired reduction work. As nesting season, if it's going to be then there needs to be a survey before that's done to make sure there's no nesting birds. And those are the important points from their letter. And yeah, and I spoke as a member of the Conservation Committee for Monterey Audubon. Thank you.
Mike Gibbs.
Thank you. This is Mike Gibbs. I just want to make a couple comments. First of all, the Duffy report, if you go to page 4, I sent to council this information. It says fire hazard reduction will not occur in the interior portions of the park. That's pretty specific. It's on page 4. And all I really have to say is that I think this sets up a huge legal liability for the city. If you accept this report, you're basically accepting that you're not going to clean up the interior of the port. I completely support what Mr. Go is going to do. He's had major impediments for the last 5 or 6 years. I was at the September 2023 meeting, and contrary to public opinion, there were 20 people there, 20 who spoke up or were there, including the sister of a former mayor who lives on Alder Street, who urged the council at that time in 2023 to take action based on the DUDEC plan. And the council did nothing except kick it over to this biodiversity plan. By the way, as far as I can tell, Duffy and the representative, who doesn't appear to be here tonight, didn't talk to a single resident in the 80 homes ringing George Washington Park. That says to me that there is a hostile disdain for the people. We talk about birds, bugs, bees, and plants. Where are the people in this plan? And so one more time, it looks like the city council is going to put this off, throw it back to Mr. Go. Mr. Go, knows exactly what to do. He's got a plan. He's ready to do it. And I think holding him back one more time, like you did in 2023, 2022, is a legal liability. And everybody remembers the woman that was killed in Monarch Sanctuary in front of her grandkids. And the city settled a $1 million lawsuit because they knew what the danger was. You know what the danger is right here. And if you fail to take any action, if there's any failure relative to the people of the park, this will be held accountable personally. So I know that's pretty strong words, but doing nothing is not an option anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Vitale.
Hi, yes, good evening. Thanks again for allowing us to weigh in on this. I know it's been talked about for a long time, and I don't want to belabor the points of taking care of the wildlife. We also want to take care of our people, and I think we can do both. I just wanted to echo the Audubon Society recommendation as part of the overall, all the plans that you're looking at, all these overlapping plans that you're looking at, please take in consideration when you're mitigating and removing and clearing to maybe not use heavy equipment, use hand crews as much as possible. There's probably a bunch of us volunteers that would be willing to step in and help if it takes, going in and hand picking things and battling that poison oak that we hate so much. But it'd be worth it to be able to retain some of the wildness and allow the critters some space among us, and we can do it in a safe way. I know we can. So anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Inga Lawrence Timer.
Thank you. I would like to, I think the biological study was just incredibly necessary and a very good thing for the city to have spent the money on and done. Absolutely. And I would like to encourage the city to, with all this wildfire quote unquote awareness now, I think it would behoove the city to apply for a CAL FIRE grant for a hand crew. These hand crews, the Gavilon, whatever hand crews came in what, 2014, 16, 17, and by 2018, the park was just fine because these hand crews had been coming in and dealing with it. And I think that that is what the city needs to do again. I mean, hand tools are the way to go. Goats eat everything. Masticators damage and eat everything. Heavy equipment just isn't the way to go. Yes, some wood chippers placed around to feed some things into, take care of some debris, etc. when it's hauled out. But let's try and be as protective as possible while making it quote unquote safer. Remember that we are Fog City, and especially in the summertime, and that floor is pretty damp. And we need to take care of our critters too, as well as the people, which have a lot more choice on dealing with hardening, etc. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. We'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Before I start, I recognize members. I just want to try to tee up a couple things. So one is number one, we are receiving the report, so that's not really a big deal. So we will do that. Number two, I guess I'd like to know when we say staff to return first to the BNRC with an updated long-term GWP management plan, that is not going to take the place of intermittent, as we heard, kind of activities, the fire suppression activities. That is the third recommendation that you're making, that you're going to bring back those detailed fire prevention activities to us, and also at the same time proceed to the BNRC for planning purposes. Does that sound right to you?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just wanted to put that out there for everybody if anyone's wondering, and I'll take council comments at this time. Councilmember Walkenstick.
I'll get this out of the way. I don't think I'm going to be any more awake 10 minutes from now. I'm starting to get rummy. So apologies in advance. I never start a meeting with an apology, but I'm doing it this time. First off, thank you very much for the detailed project description. That's an excellent step towards having a clear statement of work. I really, really appreciate that step and you guys taking the time to detail this out, do the process right. Director Go, if you and Al need help trudging through the poison oak to mark off an area, please give me a call. I'm not going to make you face that alone. Okay, It had said in the agenda that there were no surprises in the report, and there was information that we were expecting to see, but there was a surprise for me. Other than finding out that Piperia goes dormant for years, which I did not know that, and which led to that scare of thinking that Piperia had just gone extinct in the park. It had gone dormant for so many years. We'd never seen it for so long. We thought it was gone. So then a few years ago, when it actually propped up, it was a huge surprise. Anyway, another story. The big surprise for me was in the value of having an expert weighing in on George Washington Park. This was the first opportunity we've had in 25 years to have someone with an extreme depth of knowledge, an extreme depth of experience, where they were able to take the knowledge and experience and synthesize that into actionable plan. And that's huge. And I started to understand the sphere of what's been missing here. We've had a lot of volunteers. We've had a lot of community scientists and very legitimate people who have biological degrees. On one side, the conservationists trying to look out for the well-being of the park from an ecological perspective. And we've had the city, on the other hand, trying to mitigate fire danger and do regular maintenance to try and create community safety, and while trying to still do what they can for forest health. But none of us have been experts. And then when an expert weighs in, it's like the sun came out, all of this information was suddenly given context and was able to be translated into action. These recommendations on here, Bio 1 through Bio 6D are, they're perfect. They tell us what we need to do in order to get our work done, right? But I see the biological aspect of the park is only one aspect. We've got biological, and then we've actually got the whole ecosystem of the forest itself. And that's where the forest manager comes in. We've got the person who would understand the interactions of the ecology of the park itself and know where to manipulate and make changes for desired outcomes. So, and that's another expert that hopefully we get on board soon here, that the two of them working together have the whole picture and are going to be able to plan out a future, a plan of action, a long-term plan that we ourselves just didn't have the expertise to do. And that takes, I have to swallow a little pride on that one, because I've been involved in George Washington Park for quite some time. Really, really enjoyed my time in there. I appreciate it. I respect the environment. I respect what it is, what it provides to our community. So we have all been doing the best we can. And the park is in as good a condition as it is now because of the work of a lot of people. But this allows us to, this with the forest manager, with the urban forester, allows us to take this to a different level. And we have been the first city council in almost 30 years to have this kind of opportunity. 25 years. We're the first ones to have this depth of expertise that's going to be available to us at the same time to start making choices, making determinations. And so my thought in all of this is to try and I now see my role in this, instead of as an active participant within the park, I want to help support the experts accomplish what they need to do the way they say we need to do it. You know, it's to empower others to get the job done, empower the experts to get the job done. We got half the picture right here. We got the other half coming up. So that's my take on this biological. It provides a phenomenal benefit, and it has illuminated for me a way forward where we can have the entire picture painted for us, and we will have between the dynamic of the two, we will have the expertise to make choices, to help us make choices and make opportunities available we haven't had in decades. So I'll turn it back over to the rest of you. I've got more, but I don't want to hog the mic all night.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak on the item? Councilmember Paturi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the report. I know this during my tenure, at least, it's like been plans and plans and plans. So I'm actually very supportive of like what one of the commenters says, which is like it's time for action. And so, Mr. Go, I'm looking to you to see the short-term goals that we have. How can we could we kind of elaborate or illustrate what those are in time for our budget session so that we can allocate some money, or what is your plan of action there?
Councilmember Paduri, I hope to get direction from the city council on these short-term, we'll call them task projects within the park by the May timeframe, so I can begin to implement them after the Monarch overwintering season. That would correspond with us doing the perimeter mowing. And we could start to attack all of those measures simultaneously in the Mayish timeframe. I think in our current operation budget, we have funding to be able to do this work.
And that will, you're going to take into account these findings, right? And in this time period, like do certain things in a certain time period when bats are, et cetera. So there's several things going on, but all of those are going to be taken into consideration when you're coming up with those short-term activities, correct?
Absolutely.
And for my benefit, the short-term activities will also include various ways of doing those short-term activities. So obviously there's some steps here to have goats in place, some which involves mechanical equipment, so on and so forth. All those will be coming in as part of the short-term list.
I'm going to probably say we probably won't be doing any grazing because I'm not as concerned with the grasses internally as I am with these large fuel piles. So the goats aren't going to eat the large fuel piles, right? So in the short term, I think we need to come up with techniques, which Al and I will be discussing along with, we are going to be discussing this further with Denise Duffy and Associates and some of their colleagues within that department, and the techniques that they think we should do and administer within these fenced off roofed areas. And we will be bringing back options for council consideration with our recommendations.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm supportive of like the direction that we're taking here tonight, and I think I'm looking forward to seeing what these short-term. To be honest, I want some action in that part. Let me put it that way. So we'll see how this goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several concerns. I was speaking to Chief Miller at the break, and I appreciated that. When we look at George Washington Park today, yes, it's wet, it's soggy, but our fire season, and he acknowledged, is our second summer. It's our August through November. And I would say that we need to be cautious to not kick this can down the road again and make sure that this work is completed before our second summer hits, before the brush is dry, there is more fuel, and we're in a situation where we've put ourselves at risk. I have concerns about the liability of having volunteers in the park in the situation that it's in today, especially with those 5 identified piles. That makes me extremely nervous. If there are people out there that are immune to poison oak, please raise your hand. And I'm sure Mr. Go would love to have your help. But absent that, I would not be in favor of our employees doing that work. I think we need an outside group that's going to be monitored by yourself and the other staff. But I'm concerned about the health and safety of our employees. I'm concerned about the liability to have volunteers in there. And like Councilmember Paduri said, we can't kick this can down the road any longer. So I appreciate the short-term plan. I look forward to the long-term plan. I think, we're just a very lucky and blessed people here in our town. And we have natural resources that other people never get to enjoy. But I think part of that is making sure that, we don't have the luxury of setting the park on fire and letting it regenerate and going through the 20 years of that. I mean, it needs intervention in a responsible way as to not create any more issues. And then the last point I'll make is on the hardening of the homes around George Washington Park. I think we need to, with the chief's, and he's nodding at me right now, but with his help, I think we need to accelerate that plan so that those residents are prepared when our second summer comes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McDonald.
Thanks so much. Yeah, and I think we all agree that we want to, manage the park in a responsible way so that it's healthy, because a healthy forest is less likely to create fire risk than a non-healthy forest. So really the goal, and I think the huge benefit of this biological assessment, is it really guides us in what is in the forest, because what may look like a dangerous pile of fiery material to one person may actually be a dormant shrub that's native, provides pollination to the birds, the bees, the butterflies, the 3 Bs during their seasons. And so it's really important that those of us who don't know what those plants are aren't identifying that as fire risk, tearing it out, because every time we pull out more natives, what we get is more invasives that tend to be even more prone to fire. So the real goal is to utilize these resources. Mr. Rockstick spoke about the importance of having all the experts together all at once. So I think this is a really key time for us to have this new plan, which talks very importantly about the timing, because this is a habitat. Is very important to protect our people, but the habitat, we have a responsibility to protect those. And it's actually a huge part. I think people forget what a big part of our tourism that is. We have people who come here for birding, for example. And so looking at, let's just clear everything out and remove the habitat, that actually becomes a real problem too. So I think it's a real balance between supporting the locals, supporting the tourists, and doing that in the healthiest way possible. There was a comment that this new plan says that we should do no work in the center of the park. Well, that's because that part of that report was actually talking about the 100-foot perimeter for fire protection. If you look on page 5, the next page, it actually talks about forest restoration and enhancement. And that one specifically talks about felling of dead and dying overstory trees, removing concentration of dead and down logs. So there is a very balanced approach here. It's just that where it's listed is in the area where it belongs, where this forest restoration is actually part of us protecting against wildfire as well. So I think that's important to keep in mind, that the experts will know what's really more fire risk and what's actually helping our forests. So this will give us the tools for that. Most of the reports we do have done say the importance of not bringing in heavy equipment. I know that's easier. We have to, the problem is, and both the 1999 report and the earlier 1990 butterfly, the sanctuary report, the monarch report, talk about part of the reason that probably the butterflies went away is because of compaction of the soil. When you take in the heavy equipment, we had a lot of people in there because of the butterflies. That contributed to compaction, but so does the heavy equipment. So you're actually damaging the forest and the roots of the trees, which then can affect the trees by taking the heavy equipment in there. Regarding the liability of volunteers going in, we've been having volunteers going in there for decades doing exactly the work we're talking about. I think a lot of them go in there, aren't concerned about the poison oak, so likely some of those will turn out and happily help with the work, but they've been doing that handwork knowing that that's optimal for the health of the forest. The other thing is the the chair of the BNRC mentioned that they talked about a plan. So anybody who's interested in knowing sooner, it was on their agenda last night. And it's a whole plan where we would put a walking trail. It gives that ADA accessibility. It addresses the fire perimeter in a way that would prevent us from having to do as much mowing, because the more you mow those invasives, the more it actually spreads the seeds and then sometimes makes the problem worse. So this would be a way of actually helping mitigate that. So maybe something as the CIP next year, or I mean this year for, the coming season. And I think if we look at these strategies and then having the layers they talked about, that really addresses the forest health. Nobody's talking about not going in and taking care of the piles. So I really appreciate that we're coming back with a targeted thing where people can actually, look at that and identify, hey, are any of these actually the shrubs that are beneficial to the park, so that we don't do damage unwittingly, because let's face it, we're not experts in that. So I really appreciate that we're bringing that back next time or soon after, so that we get a really good plan in place. And I think that's the main thing I need to say for now, that really, I think that all of these pieces together help us have a healthy forest, which is really a win for everyone.
Thank you. I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Emilio.
Thank you. A lot of stuff has been said before, but I'm going to mention a couple of things. I think Councilmember Baduri said it's time to take action on this park. This is, as I said 2 years ago, have Mr. Go and his Public Works do the job. They're the experts on it. I also want to mention that the chief mentioned that the defensible area was Del Monte Park, of course, and George Washington Park was another area that's a problem. I go through Del Monte Forest and Pebble Beach almost on a daily basis through the trails there. If you ever go up there on trail number 4, the mitigation and fuel reduction that has been done by Pebble Beach Fire Department and their community services is outstanding. This happened about a year ago, and maybe a little more than a year ago. At first, you look at it and gosh, they destroyed everything except the trees and stuff. But now I'm seeing new fauna growing, and they've done an excellent job on that particular item. A lot of stuff's been said before, but we have Del Monte Park with a bunch of dried areas, okay? And if those catch fire, and it's a lot of those trees that I noticed when I was walking through there are dead. And you may look at the woody woodpeckers, I call them woody woodpeckers, but the ones that the red hit the acorns, they're not acorns. They're actually have a keen sense of hearing that they go after larvae. That's what they're pecking for. They're all over. They're even on my street on Lincoln Avenue. So the other thing I wanted to mention, I have a lot of stuff to talk about, but one of the things it's been mentioned before is, where is the city of Pacific Grove's liability if this goes off? Where is with all those houses around the area? And ambers do not have discrimination on houses. Ambers fly everywhere. And I'm going to show you some pictures and I'll prepare you. They're not very nice. I'll give a reminder. The Lahaina fire, there was a picture of a Lahaina fire. If anybody's ever been to Hawaii, it burned all the way down to the water. So if it burns here, it could go all the way down to Pacific Road, Monterey Bay. That's what I'm saying. The Paradise Fire. Had some friends up there, but they happened to move to Chico, which was a good move. Paradise was devastated. They leveled the town. And the former mayor over there probably knows what happened in Paradise. And it completely leveled the town. That was a wildfire, a forest fire. The Lahaina fire lost 99 lives. They didn't have a chance. They were jumping into the bay to get away from the fire. I had a lot more to say, but I think I'm just going to go, and pictures are worth 1,000 words, and I'll prepare you what they are. And Sandra, would you be able to put up the first picture and I'll explain it? Okay, this is, it's not a nuclear bomb, okay? This is Los Angeles. Those people had no chance. They lost quite a few lives in Los Angeles. Pacific Palisades, all the way up down through LA. You saw the fires, and everybody, now there's a lot of lawsuits going on. Let's see, this is the same picture. Can you go to the next picture? Okay, this is just, you could see the smoke already above the Los Angeles line, and you see the fire departments doing what they can do. Why don't you go to the next picture? Okay, just picture this. If this forest goes up and the houses around Del Monte Park go up, these people were grabbing what they could out of their houses. All the memoirs that you have in your houses are not there. They have to stay and they burn to the ground. Embers, again, are not discriminatory. They go all over. Why don't you go with the next slide? Okay, this is, again, part of Los Angeles that burned to the ground. Next slide. And this is just a picture at night of the fires going on. And you could tell the fire department was just, fire departments were just, the chief talked about it. They went down there and it was just unbelievable. This is a night vision. And the next slide, please. Okay, this is Lahaina. Burned out buildings. On the other side of this is the ocean, where a lot of people just jumped in the bay, but they did lose 99 lives. You could see the burned out structures and all. We don't want this to happen with the homes around Del Monte Park, around George Washington Park. That's what we don't want. Was there another slide after this, Sandra? I think this was the last one. Yeah, okay. That's my presentation, and I agree with the report. I also believe action should be taken by Mr. Go about the mitigation, fire hazard, and fire prevention.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Garfield, then I'll come to questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. Really appreciate it. It's very targeted, very descriptive of your ability to take action. And I also want to point out, it shows how much thought you put into it. So I appreciate that very much. I would noted, we have a report, the wildlife plan, that gives us a lot of information. It gives us information about how to restore the forest, how to protect birds. It also, and this is something that we'll be abiding by, it between nesting, bats, habitat, migration, butterflies, there is no month where anything can be done without a survey. So we just, every time the work gets done in this park, you will see surveys being done. That's just the way it's going to be. And we'll, of course, learn a whole lot more about the park at the time. I want to talk about how important the park is to what must be an overall community effort. We have homes here we've talked about, but as they learned from Los Angeles, wooden houses with single pane windows that are close together are the absolute worst risk. That's pretty much what we have. So we're already situated for problems to happen And I did not have a chance to ask the chief this, but it seems to me that we are more likely to get a fire started by a barbecue, an electrical fire, a tile saw in somebody's garage that's full of National Geographics, or all of the garages in Pacific Grove that don't have a car in them because it's loaded with fuel. So we really cannot let this go. We have to think of this as something we do for our neighbors. So I look forward to seeing the chief and his group out telling us how we can do this protectingly, not just ourselves, but your next door neighbor, the little old lady that lives down the street that is not going to be able to run to the beach. These are people we need to be thinking about and taking care of. So back to George Washington Park. When I ask people, what do you think we should do with George Washington Park? I get a very, very short answer. It's called clean it up. What they mean by it varies somewhat, but their vision of that park is with roomy trails, with benches, with the ability to see the birds and not feel like the poison oak is hazardous for them. I am concerned that these folks are not being included in what we hear from to incorporate in our planning. So I'm going to be concerned, and hopefully we can get some, when things go to the BNRC, they can initiate some outreach that includes people who've maybe not come to a council meeting, maybe not thought about this, maybe they have a casual comment, but how can they participate in what is a community-wide planning process? And I'd like to see more of that. So we'll just put a lot of pressure on the BNRC to do that. No problem. I'm sure you can do it. So I would not be surprised when climate change is taken into consideration that George Washington Park becomes a very high fire risk in the maps, and that there will be things we need to consider differently when that happens. Up to this point, I think that some of those large snags that you described and showed us pictures of have developed over a period of time. These did not fall this year. This has been going on for a while. And what we're seeing now is a need to take what appears to be drastic action to reset where we could have been if we'd been doing better maintenance all along. So I support getting these targeted projects done and then continuing to find the best way, the healthiest way to manage the forest that we all recognize is in the middle of the city. It's different than if it's far away. And I hope we can all come to terms with this and work together to find solutions that we can all not only just live with, but be pleased about.
All right, thank you very much. Question, Councilman Monroe?
I do. I have one question and statement. The question's for the city attorney. And I would take, I mean, I think to Councilmember McDonald's point, we've had a lot of volunteers. Nobody's been hurt here to date. However, should we look at some kind of volunteer liability waiver? I mean, if they get into the, if they get into the park and a tree, heaven forbid, a tree falls over and, somebody gets hurt, you're in there on your own accord, not directed by the city to do that. Should there be some kind of a liability waiver? Should we have signs up at the park that says, this is a wildlife or this is a habitat, you enter at your own risk? I mean, is there something that we can do to mitigate that risk?
I can look into that and get back to you.
I'd be interested to see what other cities are doing, realizing that we are unique. And I think the other thing, now that Chief Miller is still here, is, you look at these fire maps that are going to come out. Ours is going to come out in March. And, the state is using Placer County as their benchmark for how to mitigate fire risk. And I think to Councilmember Garfield's point, I mean, we need to do this or they're going to do it for us. And if they do it for us, it is not going to be the way that anybody here wants it done. So I think we get moving on the 5 areas as soon as we're done with overwintering. And then, let's take care of our volunteers and also our city employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I very much agree with those comments. And can I get the recommendation slide? I'm going to try to bring this to a conclusion here. I think we're all kind of talking about the same thing, and there's talking to kicking the can down the road. I guess so a little bit on the third item, only because we needed to get additional information from DDNA, and it's reasonable. So as to item number 1, Mr. City Attorney, I don't think we need a motion on that, correct? We can just receive the report.
A motion is not necessary.
Okay, so we'll move on to item number 2. This is direct staff to return first to the BNRC with an updated long-term GWP management plan and then return to City Council. And before we do that, we have to recognize everything seems to be connected on this item. That recommendation number 3 is being removed, and city staff would like to bring back a detailed plan for fuel reduction activities. So I am with some of my colleagues here that say that I've seen a number of these plans in 8 years, and there's a lot of planning going on, but I see the down trees and the storms and creating even more down trees. And I do feel that most residents would want to see that cleaned up, to be frank. So at this point, I just want to make sure that by taking step 2, we're not in any way hampering Mr. Go. Is that your understanding of in his fuel reduction activities now in the short term? Mr. Go.
Mayor Smith, step 2 is going to take some time, right? And we're not talking weeks or months. It's going to be some time to prepare this document, do the public outreach, analyze the document for the appropriate CEQA activities, run it through the appropriate boards, commissions. It is going to take some time.
Okay.
So yes, we need to be able to move on short-term activities.
Okay, and that is the activities you're working in concert with DDNA and the fire chief and all the relevant stakeholders. That's the plan, to come back with that plan.
That's correct, including Arborist Weisfis and DDDA and any other person we feel is necessary to achieve those short-term goals.
Okay, excellent. So at this time, I'd ask my colleagues to entertain a motion on either of these 2 items. Councilmember Garfield.
Give it a shot. I move that we direct city staff to bring back a detailed plan as soon as is feasible on a short-term targeted fuel reduction strategy and activities. And secondly, direct staff to return an updated long-term George Washington Park management plan, first taking it through BNRC and then it comes to City Council.
Okay, so that's basically 3 then 2 at this point. Okay, do I have a second for that motion?
Second it.
Okay, it was a tie. I'll give, I heard Emilio first. So we have a motion and a second, and now discussion. Yes, Councilmember McDonald.
A clarification question. So if number 3 is removed, are we making an action on number 3? Is that appropriate? Just verifying that that's. Because it's already saying that that's going to happen. Should that be part of the motion because it's not a recommended action? I'm just asking.
Councilmember McDonald, I believe that number 3 is now, as pretty much exactly what it says here, is direct staff to come back with a short-term detailed plan, and working again with the biologists and stuff.
Okay, because it said we weren't making a motion on that, but it's okay to make a motion on that, correct?
So the original motion has been struck. The original recommendation has been struck, and instead we've modified it to say we'll come back with a detailed plan and how we're going to do it for the council to consider that detailed plan. So we are deferring that action tonight. for some more work. And then number two, if I could just clarify if this helps at all. It says return first with an updated long-range term management plan. I would anticipate that wouldn't be the first time we go to the BNRC. We're going to go and start to talk about what does a new plan look like before we just go produce it and come back. So there's going to be a lot more iteration in that.
All right. Further discussion?
I actually have
Councilmember
a
Walkingston.
hygiene issue on this one. This includes in consideration, they are still lumping in the 2022 forest management plan produced by Dudek, which was primarily a fire mitigation plan, which is fine. However, it was never adopted by the city council. It was never rejected. It was never adopted. It was delivered to the city council. The BNRC had delivered the recommendation that it be rejected by city council, but no action was taken. It's still sitting there. And at this point, without being adopted by the city council, it is being used as a tool in the development of this new plan. And I have issue with that. A couple reasons. One, it was recommended unanimously by the BNRC for rejection. They had over 60 letters protesting it. They had a number of ecological organizations condemning it, including the Audubon Society. It had some fundamental misunderstandings of what kind of forest it was working with. So those were the negatives. It did have some fire mitigation strategies in there that would have been considered legitimate. But the 2022 plan, the same group, Dudek, was also involved in the community wildfire plan that was adopted by the city council and contains many of the same recommendations, except they are better expanded upon. They're more well developed. It was just a better plan. And like I said, it was adopted by the city council. So I would like us to, instead of using the 2022 forest management plan, I would rather, if we're going to be using that as a tool in the development of our next George Washington Park plan, we would use the better elaborated upon community wildfire plan that we've adopted.
I don't know if that is contradictory to the motion.
It's not exactly contradictory to the motion, but in the within the agenda itself, they are explicitly saying, hey, we're going to be using these things in development. And here we are saying, okay, go ahead. And they're going to proceed with that. So maybe I would like to add a motion to formally reject the 2022 forest management plan.
I'm actually going to, at this point, we have a motion and a second, and it's basically the two staff recommendations. So I'm not going to, at this point, you can bring a motion after. Let's vote on this item. Let's vote on the two,
Cool. All right.
and then you can bring forward a fourth item if you'd like.
Sure. Sounds good.
So at this time, I will ask for a roll call vote on the staff recommendations 2 and 3, as eloquently stated by Councilmember Garfield at this late hour. I had a little bit of.
Councilmember Garfield? Councilmember Rao?
Aye.
Was that second by Councilmember Rao?
I gave it to Amelia,
My
but I
mistake.
think I was wrong.
Sorry.
I'm wrestling for it.
Councilmember Baduri?
Aye.
Councilmembers Walking Stick?
Aye.
McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Emilio?
Aye.
And Mayor Smith?
Aye.
And carry 7-0.
Okay, we'll continue the discussion as to Councilmember Walking Stick. Would you like to continue on the record?
Yeah, I will make a motion to formally reject the 2022 forest management plan.
Is there a second?
More specific to the needs of our community specifically, that's the better tool. So it does make sense to have that guidance to utilize the 1999 George Washington Park master plan, the 2024 Denise Duffy plan now and the 2024 Community Wildfire Protection Plan. I think those three documents are the ones that will actually be the most relevant information for Pacific Grove.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second as to this item, and I'd like to go address or recognize our city attorney. It's getting late.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at the agenda as it's prepared and what the recommendations are. And we've gone through the fact that there's the first two recommendations to receive the report and then to return with the updated plan. The third recommendation has been deleted for purposes of this evening. There is a fourth recommendation, which is alternatively discuss and take other action. So my concern with the motion that's been made by Councilmember Walking Stick is whether or not taking the action that he's proposing is sufficiently described in the agenda. So my advice would be that it be brought, that the motion that he's made, that that be brought back to your next meeting or whenever it can be scheduled with a discussion, with an agenda report that describes this 2022 plan and a request for the council to take action, including, potentially this motion that Councilmember Walking Stick has made. And that way the public would, be fully informed about, what it is that's being proposed. I'm not suggesting that, one way or the other on the merits of the motion. I'm just talking about the procedure.
Yes, so I would like to ask a question actually. So in relation to this, I'd like to, I think it ought not be a standalone item. It is part and parcel to the fuel reduction activities side of the motion that was just passed. And so I would ask Director Grove if he could fold that particular aspect of the DUDEC analysis into the fuel strategy that we're going to have coming forward. I'm just asking him.
Mayor Smith, I'm not sure if I understand the question, so may I please elaborate?
Yeah.
So you're asking if we would be able to use the fuel reduction strategies that are noted in the 2022 plan for the short term and also for the, no? Okay.
I'm just asking if, Mr. Mogensen, I'm just asking if we can analyze this question within.
So Mr. Mayor, we could buddy this up when we come back with the specific thing. However, I'm not sure if that's really what the council intends to do, to kind of rehash that whole plan. And my comment about number 2 was just that we do not intend on going full bore with the old plan that's been rejected. It's, that's why we would go to the BNRC first and kind of discuss this.
That's kind of my take on it, was that this is kind of, we've already kind of decided we're going to take this back and dust it off and take a look at everything. And as part of that process, I think the round, the fact that DUDEC was rejected, I think that would be relevant to the inquiry when they do go to BNRC. So I'm not sure we need to take up this motion or at all, and perhaps we should just let it sit where it is. Yes.
I was going to say, my only clarification was that because motion 2 stated as part of the agenda item that particular document would be used in the formulation of what we've now directed them to do. So I think the point of having that included was just so that it wasn't utilized, because we have the better one, which is the 2024 Community Wildfire Protection Plan, in place of the 2022 DUDEC report.
I didn't see the recommendation is just to direct staff to return first to the BNRC with an updated plan. But I need to recognize,
Mr. Mayor, if it's a pleasure of the council, like I said, we can certainly bring it back and you can make that, formal decision. I will say that as staff, though, our intention is to go back and to work with the BNRC. And if we want to reject certain, documents, and there's plenty of time to do that, and we will, have that opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Garfield.
That pretty much goes along with what the comment I was going to make, which is it is a tool, it's information. It was developed by someone who developed something else that was approved. There may be, I don't want to reject anything without knowing the whys. And so I would trust BNRC to revisit the sources and see if there is some logic or current thinking as to why that's not as a useful source. But tonight, I don't have any way to know whether that particular document is invalid. I know what people thought before, but I don't have that information at hand to be able to determine that now. And I think our process will take care of that.
Councilmember McDonald, yes.
Mayor.
Uh-huh.
And just to clarify again, I think the reason for the motion was because it is not an accepted document and therefore it shouldn't be used in that planning process because it was rejected. So I think it was more of a logistical, this isn't an adopted plan, so it shouldn't be used in future planning processes. So that was why.
Can I speak?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Is we're talking about excluding a document that was never adopted by city council. And currently what we're looking at is using a document not approved by city council. So there should be a determination one way or the other. I do hear your argument though, that you haven't had a chance to review it yet. Yeah.
Well, I think the question right now at this moment in time is, there's a motion on the floor. There's a second. I think you, Councilmember Walking Stick, you either withdraw the motion or we take the vote now on the motion as it stands.
Well, except there's that procedural issue that I mentioned. So.
Yeah. And I'm looking right back to you again.
Yeah, no, I would suggest that since this is kind of a fundamental issue as to whether or not this 2022 plan should or shouldn't be considered going forward. And I've heard what Councilmember Garfield said, that perhaps you bring it back sooner than later. You know, maybe if it's properly agendized and there can be a discussion about it and you put it on a future agenda. I'm not suggesting it, and perhaps the agenda report that's going to come back from Mr. Go, you know, whenever that does come back, that this issue, which is an important one, precede that discussion, because that way I think staff would know what should or shouldn't be considered in their analysis. Is that, am I understanding the issue?
Yeah. And may I speak to this?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm happy to withdraw at this point. You know, provided that we do address this at some point so that we've actually, we tie this up. I mean, we make a determination.
And it might be best to consider it sooner than later, because that way Mr. Go would have some direction as to what extent that 2022 plan should or shouldn't be included as part of the record.
Yeah, I know. I can see that it's setting another intermittent step, to use that lady's phrase. That was a good one. But it's another intermittent thing we have to do before we get to the action of fuel removal, that's what I'm concerned.
Not necessarily. Those are separate issues.
Oh, okay.
They're really separate.
Okay, now it's getting late.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
And-
Okay, go ahead. Councilmember McDonald.
Yeah, and I think the city manager did already speak to this because it isn't an adopted plan. You already intend not to be utilizing that one because we have the more recent plan, because it was just the issue of it's in the agenda report that way.
I mean, we could talk about this longer and I could ask Director Go to talk further about it. But I think, you know, it's in listening to the council, listening to the BNRC last night, it's clear, you know, that we want to look at that 1999 plan as kind of a base, and how do we put implementation measures to that? You know, so we have these other tools we can use to start drafting that, and we'll be touching in with the BNRC, I would suggest, before we even start down this road at all, to get that guidance. So like I said, what I'm hearing though is that you basically want to revisit the entire document so we can educate in a hearing and educate everybody on it so you can reject it again. And I'm not sure that's what you really intend.
No, I want resolution on it, and I understand that's going to mean that the public is going to need to look at it, read it, and come back, and we'll have to have discussion on it. That's, but I would very much like to have a determination on it this next time around.
Perhaps, Mayor, could I suggest, could we ask Mr. Go whether his plan or his intention would be to include consideration of this 2022 plan? If he says yes, then we probably need to bring this back sooner than later.
Sure.
And if he answers that question no, then I think that would resolve the issue is.
I agree with that. No, I meant to ask that. Thank you for,
Satisfied, yeah.
for asking for me.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
Council members, thank you. The plan was not approved by the city council. If the plan was approved, we wouldn't be here today. I would have a plan that we would be implementing off of, right? I intend to use the 1999 plan, the wildfire plan, which states the 2022 plan and its techniques in the 2024 plan to develop a new plan that then will be harnessed to shepherd around to all the boards and commissions and the outreach. A new plan is going to be developed. I mean, the 22 plan is, we still paid money for it. It's still got some positive aspects of it, in my opinion. Why would we not at least reference it? It was done by foresters, experts, in my opinion, that we retained through an RFP process.
Yes,
I
no,
know.
I appreciate that.
It was in the 2024 Wildlife Fire Prevention Plan, noted.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that, Councilmember McDonald.
Well, to answer that question, it was rejected just because we paid for it, some of the recommendations weren't appropriate for our location. So I think the fact that we have the 2024 solves that issue. And so that was just the concern. It's saying in the report that it's going to reference a report that wasn't accepted. But it sounds like we don't need it. So as long as that's not going to be, I mean, it will be fleshed out in the BNRC anyway. They can reject any parts that don't agree. So I think we'll end up addressing it that way.
Brad,
Council, or Mayor Pro Tem Mueller.
it's past 10 o'clock. I'm making a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
Yeah, we'll take it up. We'll take up your motion as soon as this is closed out. We will give. Yeah, we'll take up that motion. Go ahead, Councilmember Garf.
It's a source that you are concerned about. And if that source is used and the result of something coming from that source is in the new plan, wouldn't that also be an opportunity to evaluate whether it's valid or not? Your point about it doesn't seem to suit this location. Should that make its way into this new plan, at that time, we'll know that that should be a rejected part of the plan. Baby with the bathwater, maybe. I don't want to throw the baby with the bathwater, but I do think that your point about should something be used from that plan that was the reason it was rejected in the first place and it shows up again, we trust that it would be rejected again.
And this is that debate that we were talking about having. So
Is your mic on? Is your mic on? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay.
was.
Just checking.
Yeah, no, I was saying, we're starting to get into that debate that we were actually saying was going to be necessary to involve the public in, and, that would be an agendized debate right there.
And so you're withdrawing your motion at this time?
I've withdrawn my motion.
Okay. And, yeah, no, we'll get to that. So, okay, so this item is completed then. There's, I know we don't have a resolution on the dudek thing, but the motion's been, withdrawn and you have a lot of comments,
what the plan.
slew of comments on it. So are we good?
Well, there is one item we didn't get.
Oh, no, are we good with this item, Mr. City Attorney?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, and then now, Councilmember, it's after 10 o'clock. We need a motion to continue or adjourn. Mr. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Mueller has made a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Well, before you go there, could I suggest that if that motion is going to be granted, that maybe you combine it with the fact that the item C, which is the Pine Avenue and Fountain Avenue, be continued to your next meeting.
Yes, and do you make that motion, Mr.
Yeah, I'll make
Councilmember?
that motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Comments, discussion?
Check with city staff. Is there any time requirement of addressing the Pine and Fountain? You guys have the signs out already saying the stop sign is coming. Will delaying this item delay that progress?
Well, I think the answer to that is yes, because we can't install those signs until the plans are approved.
So I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't. Support.
So, go ahead and complete your
I was going
statement.
to say, that being the case, I would support continuing. It's just 10 o'clock now. It shouldn't be a very long item. If people need to leave, they can. But I think if we could still have a quorum and finish this item, I think it's important because it's time sensitive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm concerned about the safety of our kids. If this, if we wait a few more weeks, I mean, I don't necessarily know that's a good thing. So, I mean,
This out?
Actually, there's a motion on and a second on the floor for adjournment. So, and let's straw poll it then. Who's going to vote to adjourn? We'll take care of it.
Yeah.
me too.
Okay. I guess we're going to take care of it. Now I need a motion to continue the meeting.
I'll make a motion.
Well,
to
there was never a
continue the
vote.
Meeting.
There was never a vote on the last motion,
Thank you,
but
Joe.
Withdraw. We'll withdraw.
Well, I'm okay. I'm just tired. I'll withdraw it.
Okay.
Mm.
Go with this one.
Fast.
To belabor this, we can knock this out.
Yeah, I think.
This is safety of our kids. Let's get it
I
done.
mean, that's.
Do you want to take a vote on your motion to continue past 10?
Yeah, it's roll call.
he withdrew, he
I
withdrew.
withdrew the,
Yeah, he
the
withdrew.
motion to
he- he
adjourn.
with- He did withdraw the motion.
But normally it's a
Oh,
motion to.
I see. Now we need a motion to go past 10 o'clock.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Second.
Second.
There we go.
Okay, let's take a roll call.
You could do a voice vote on that.
Voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Let's go to item 12C.
I do have a brief presentation. I mean, I could just skip it all together, but
Yeah, I,
most of my presentations are pretty brief. It usually is the deliberation afterwards that gets us.
Step on it.
Okay, real brief. I got it. Yeah. Okay, very good. Pine and Fountain. You guys know why we're here. Okay, you guys, the city council approved engineer plans for installation of an all-way stop control at Fountain and Pine. We're looking for you to approve the engineer plans. Receive the presentation that was prepared by Kimley Horn. You guys authorized staff to do an outside evaluation of all of the intersections from basically Forest to 12th Street, and then you could take other action. Real brief background in the fiscal year 23-24 CIP, we was prompted to do safety improvements by Robert Down. Our traffic engineer evaluated it, and as part of our 23-24 crack and slurry seal project, we relocated the Fountain and Pine stop signs to 15th Street. We wanted to move them to that signal light or that in roadway light crosswalk and put in the stop light or the stop sign, excuse me. And that's what we did here. So we removed Fountain and Pine stop signs and relocated them at 15th Street and added the flashing red stop sign. That's what you see there today. Okay, the infrastructure that you see there today was what was approved by city council. After concerns about the stop sign be relocated, our traffic engineer did further evaluations. And the city council asked us to go and discuss with the Traffic Safety Commission and also the school district for feedback. We provided that feedback to the city council in November of 2024. You guys said, the city council said, reinstall the four-way stop sign at Pine and Fountain, work with the school district to get a crossing guard, initiate additional traffic engineering. That's what I'm here to present to you tonight, and to review a complete street plan for Pine Avenue. Okay, so real quick, here's the updated plan that was prepared by the city's traffic engineer to reinstall at Pine and Fountain. You will need to approve this tonight if that's your desire to reinstall the stop signs. We've been put out the public education. We've had those signboards out there for a couple weeks, letting people know that, hey, there's a potential stop sign coming back to this location. No surprises. We put a stop sign back. Everybody's known for a couple weeks that it potentially could be coming back, barring your decision to approve those plans. And then we did the traffic engineering assessment. Real quick on the traffic engineering assessment, that the pedestrians have become accustomed to using the crosswalks at 13th, 15th, and Forest. When they did their evaluation, they saw minimal crossings observed at Fountain, right? And here's what I want to say is none of the intersections on Pine Avenue meet warrants for stop signs. None of them, right? Okay, so not just Pine and Fountain, but neither does 15th, neither does 12th, 13th. The traffic volumes on Pine do not meet anything there. Okay, so because of that, they're recommending a road diet, right? Remove all the stop signs from Forest Avenue, start making the road into a 1 lane. And then at that 1 lane, you create a drop-off lane in front of the school. You have these center medians that protect the school drop-off. It eliminates the illegal U-turns that we're constantly seeing in front of the school. And it creates bike lanes in front of the school on both sides, but still has the traffic. So that's the larger CIP project that we should be developing. These are only concepts, but it eliminates all of that traffic control and that over signage that is the reason we moved away from all this. If we do this complete streets tonight, your recommendation, approve the plan set to reinstall. As soon as I get the appropriate weather, I'll have to go out there. I'll grind out all the road markings. I'll reinstall. Then we'll have those stop signs in place and the stoplight, and we'll move forward. At Forest, the stoplight at Forest and Pine. Nope, we'll have the stoplight at Forest and Pine, stop sign, Pine and Fountain, stop sign 15 and Pine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right.
That was brief. That's probably the briefest I've ever given a
That's good, Dave.
presentation.
Yes, thank you. Go to public comment online.
Thank you, Lawrence and Delmer.
I'm sorry, I didn't know my hand was up. A couple of the council members didn't have their mics on, which is why I flashed it before. On this, I'm still trying to understand. It's just the stop sign right now. Is it the whole engineering project, or was that just you put it out there as a concept with the drop-off lanes and narrowing it to 1? The stop sign really doesn't have anything to do with that, does it? It's just putting the stop sign back. If I have that correctly, fine. If I don't, well, the concept probably needs a little more discussion. There were a couple other plans, concept plans also. Thank you very much.
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, public comments closed on the item and council discussion. Councilmember Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Go. So at 15th, in this configuration where we moved back the crosswalk to Fountain and Pine, what happens at 15th now? Does the lighted crosswalk still stay there to accommodate our kids, or?
And the stop sign.
And the stop sign still remain at 15th?
I haven't received any other direction except for to put the stop sign back at Pine and Fountain.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure. And moving forward, as we're talking about the budget and CIP, I think taking Pine down to 2 lanes, slowing the traffic down, giving a proper bike lane and a drop-off lane is absolutely the way to go. Councilmember Podori had a great plan 3.5 years ago that didn't get addressed. So I would say that, overall, we need to look at the traffic on Pine on both sides, because it's.
Mayor, I had something to say.
Yes.
I think based on especially the public comment we heard and the comment just made by Councilmember Rowe, that the only thing you're voting on tonight is what's on the agenda, which is to approve the engineered plans for the installation of an all-way stop control at Fountain and Pine, and then receive the attached presentation. And that's the only action that's being taken tonight,
Absolutely.
or proposed to be taken.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to that effect?
Make a motion on that effect.
Councilmember McDonald, discussion.
Sure, thank you. I was actually going to propose exactly that we vote on the stop sign tonight, receive the report, because I'll have questions about that, but I don't think we need to discuss those questions tonight. So that'll give more time, whether it be public input or for us to discuss that plan more fully in the future.
I had a motion by Amelia, second by Walking Stick. I see Councilmember Garfield on my screen with your hand up. I'm not going to go ahead.
Thank you, television. I've been reading this, and so I drove along Pine tonight. Thank you. I drove along Pine on my way here to see what it looked like with the stop signs. And perhaps you all can help me understand why this will be useful, because it seems like if somebody stops at the red light going west, and then the car behind them is stopped behind them, and then somebody else stops at the now stop sign at Fountain and Pine, and two cars stop behind them, we've got cars in the crosswalks. And that's confusing. You get kids trying to cross. I don't see how this makes anything any safer. It seems to me that it makes things more dangerous. And in the report in here, the study was kids were not crossing at Fountain and Pine, that people had diverted their patterns to Forest and 14th and 15th. I'm sorry, I just don't see the safety gain for going back to that.
Thank you for that comment. Yeah, to some degree, you've inherited some actions that we took, and we had and I'm not necessarily advocating for it either, although tonight I'm going to support it. But it was a decision that was made with a lot of public input and things like that, and that this is simply making sure that we cross our legal T's and dot our legal I's to get our design immunity and make sure that we're okay in the legal aspect of things. But we kind of debated the merits of this, and I think there were arguments on both sides that were valid. But my last thing I'll say is that I think we do need to take a fresh look at this whole thing, and including the stop signs, and potentially take alternative actions that are along the lines of Councilmember Curley's previous plans and Councilmember Rao's comments tonight. That's really where I see it going in the future, to be honest.
And I'd say very quickly, it's 2 lanes instead of 1. So you got 2 cars, potentially 1 in each lane. So you really could get, 8 to 10 cars in that double intersection. And I think the concern we heard from the public was that the kids leaving the middle school were walking downtown to go to Caledonia, go to other places, and they walked straight down Fountain to do that from the middle school. And that wasn't really clear until the process was made. And then all of a sudden they felt like the kids were not as safe as they could be.
Yeah. Councilmember McDonald.
And sorry, one more quick thing to answer the question is we also heard a lot from motorists, because when those stop signs are removed, multiple people have said they've almost gotten hit trying to cross Pine on Fountain. And so bringing the stop signs back had the dual effect of preventing traffic accidents because of blockages and being able to see cars coming and people nearly getting sideswiped. And so this sort of brings that back, reduces that risk. And for the kids who do cross, because I've seen kids still crossing there.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I think we get ready for a roll call vote on this. I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Walking Stick,
Aye.
Councilmembers McDonald,
Aye.
Baduri, Rao, aye, Garfield, Mayor Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Well, thank you all for hanging around. If anyone is still here. That was the last item. Yeah, I was already gone. And the meeting's adjourned. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.